बघा सर
केलं चालू?
हो हो सर ठीक आहे मी हेडफोन घेतो
Very good morning to everyone present here. We request you to keep your cell phones on silent or flight mode.
We request the dignitaries to kindly take their seats on the dais. Vice Chancellor Dr. Mrs. Sushma Kulkarni, Mr. Ramamurthy Rajendran, Dr. Komali Ennity, and Dr. Poonam Kashyap. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of NICMAR University, Pune, we welcome you all to the second plenary session of the 7th International Conference on Construction, Real Estate, Infrastructure and Project Management, ICCRIP 2023. I, Shriya Vardak,
And I, Jash Bhadricha.
are your host for this session.
ICCRIP 2023 aims to bring together eminent industry professionals, distinguished academicians, researchers, and students from a variety of fields and create a platform for knowledge exchange on various innovations and developments in the CRIP sector.
And today, we are privileged to have with us these eminent personalities from the CRIP industry who will share their valuable knowledge and experiences with us. At the outset, we would like to felicitate our distinguished speakers for the session.
We request the Vice Chancellor of NICMAR University, Pune, Dr. Sushma Kulkarni, to kindly felicitate Dr. Komali Enity, Senior Lecturer, School of Architecture and Built Environment, University of Wolverhampton, UK. We invite Dr. Komali Enity to kindly accept the honor.
We request VC Madam to kindly felicitate Dr. Poonam Kashyap, Director of Strategy and External Partnership for NICMAR Group of Institutions, India. We request Poonam Kashyap Ma'am to kindly accept the honor.
We now request Dr. Rajesh Goyal, Convener ICCRIP 2023, to felicitate Mr. Ramamurthy Rajendran, Director of Digital Bill Private Limited, Singapore. We invite Mr. Ramamurthy Rajendran to kindly accept the honor.
We request Dr. Smita Patil Ma'am to kindly felicitate the patron of ICCRIP 2023, the Vice Chancellor of NICMAR University, Pune, Dr. Mrs. Sushma S. Kulkarni. Dr. Mrs. Sushma S. Kulkarni holds a PhD in Civil Engineering and an ME in Construction Management from Shivaji Institute, Kolhapur, along with a bachelor's degree in Civil Engineering from Visvesvaraya National Institute of Technology, Nagpur. She has held the post of Principal and Director for more than 16 years, significantly contributing to the transformation of an affiliated engineering college into an autonomous institute with excellent credentials. She has also successfully handled World Bank-funded technical education quality improvement programs worth Rs 15 crore in funding. With 36 years of teaching and research experience in civil engineering program, Dr. Kulkarni has bagged more than 25 awards for her outstanding academic work. She received the esteemed title of Outstanding Personality in Engineering Education during the 5th edition of Navbharat Education Award 2022. She was also honored with the ICEE's Institutional Leadership Award for transforming engineering education during the ICTIEE 2020. She was also awarded the International Federation of Engineering and Education Societies Duncan Frasco Global Award for Excellence in Engineering Education with a cash prize of $1,000 in the year 2019. She also received the Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan National Award for the Best Engineering College Principal from Indian Society for Technical Education, New Delhi in 2011. Dr. Kulkarni has contributed to more than 147 research papers and has 2 patents provisionally registered. Her areas of interest are concrete technology, TQM, quality circles, construction management, watershed management, outcome-based education, and women empowerment. She has delivered more than 140 plus expert talks on diverse topics both nationally and internationally. Currently, Dr. Kulkarni is associated with various professional bodies. She is the chair-elect of Engineering Education Transformation, a Scopus Index 7, and UGC Care Recognized Journal from January 2014 in collaboration with the IUCWE. She is a fellow of the Institution of Engineers India and an elected member of the IEI Pune chapter. We request you, ma'am, to kindly address the gathering.
So good morning to all, honorable dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Ms. Komali, and Dr. Poonam Kashyap, all the deans, invited dignitaries, and my dear delegates and participants over here. So it's a wonderful occasion for NICMAR to host this international conference on construction, real estate, urban and infrastructure development. I think it's one of the unique conferences to be able to gather all the construction professionals on this stage, on this platform over here, to come and discuss the issues which they face, the research they carry out. And I think it's a unique platform for all such professionals. And once again, a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries here, the speakers today, who will be discussing with us regarding the modern trends and the developments. Just to brief the delegates about some history of NICMAR University and the NICMAR Trust. So NICMAR is a unique trust formed by construction professionals. The trust is formed by the giants in construction industries like HCC, Shapoorji Pallonji, L&T, Tata's. So all these construction professionals, they were facing a lot of problem in 1980s when they had to bid for international contracts. In Dubai and Gulf countries, that time lots of construction was going on, but the Indian contractors were unable to bid for it because they didn't have certified construction professionals. That was the minimum requirement. And that's how these people came together, talked to Government of India, and then with the help of, Government of India accepted this idea, and with the help of UNDP, ILO, and professors from MIT, Boston, Loughborough. So lots of universities, the professionals who were really working on the construction management field, they all came together, developed the curriculum, and that's how the NICMAR story started. And today what you see is, it's a university which specializes in providing education in the ICCRIP sector. And this is the brief. And of course, as a university which started last year, we plan to grow into this sector and make a bigger name than what it could get as an institute. So this is the brief. I would like to add some of my thoughts on today's conference, which deals with the challenges in construction management projects. When you manage the projects in the construction management sector, so what are the challenges you face? And I would like to refer to a few big projects in India and outside, that how these major projects were implemented, and few of the challenges in a broad way, because I'll not take much of your time. I know we have the speakers here today to talk on it. So all of us know construction management, there are challenges when you are going to implement the major projects. And see, all construction projects are complex projects. They are complex tasks. When I say complex, it means it has multifold challenges at every stage. We all know any system has an input, it goes through a process, and you get an output. Similarly, a construction project also, it will need inputs. It will have processes to convert that input into output, which we see a structure. Okay, so keeping this in mind, so the challenges and the key issues which stand out are, first is the project delays are a common concern. Any project, there are delays. We all say that, array, this was to be completed in 1 year, but now look, it is 3 years and still there are issues. So we all know that delays are caused because of certain unforeseen site conditions, certain weather problems, labor shortages, inadequate planning, especially the highway projects, the expressway projects we see get held up because of the land acquisition problems. So a lot of unforeseen problems are there and the projects get delayed. And we all know such delays will cause increased cost, strained relationships among stakeholders, and the missed deadlines. Second is the cost overruns, which are a prevalent issue. So it is all because of poor estimation of costs, challenges because the scope is changed, isn't it? Sometimes the scope has to be changed. You cannot acquire the land, so you have to think of another route to be aligned for. So there are lots and lots of issues which impact the financial health of any project, and cost overruns again indirectly lead to the delay. There are communication breakdowns which can severely impact construction projects. So this communication is crucial amongst the owner, architect, contractors and subcontractors. Misunderstandings or lack of clear communication can lead to errors. So all of you being part of this construction professional as a teacher, as practicing engineers or as students, you all have to learn and think while you are implementing and doing execution of the projects. In words, maybe it looks simple, but when you start executing, these challenges are big ones. Similarly, managing risk in an ongoing challenge. So there are risks which will be because of the design changes, maybe safety hazards, regulatory compliance issues. We all know a lot of projects get delayed because of environmental issues. All of you must have heard about the metro project in Mumbai, the RA Colony metro station. So it was shifted, again brought back, again environmental issues, political issues, land acquisition, and then you see thousands of crores inflation in the project cost, isn't it? So these are all very serious concern, because what happens to the labor employed over there? What happens to the material stacked on the site? So all that costs something, and it is all taxpayers' money which goes into it. Sustainability, as you know, is gaining increasing importance in construction management. So any project requires clearance, like the Jaitapur project, which was to be started in Konkan. But then what was the issue there? It was social issue. People didn't want it there, and they didn't want because of the sustainability issues, isn't it? So as a government, we can think of project, it is for development of people and everything. But then these are other social concerns, environmental concerns. So as a person who will be leading projects, you have to think of such issues beforehand, anticipate these issues. And technology adoption and integration can be double-edged sword. So we know now lots of softwares are available, like BIM, or lots of new software are there in the market, which can help you to manage the projects. But what happens? Are there enough trained manpower? Can small construction companies afford it? So these are the real life issues. So in conclusion, any construction project is a very complex project, and it brings with it lots of complexities which are directly related with the real life issues, isn't it? So as construction managers, as executive engineers, whatever role you are in the top role, these challenges are something you have to deal on day-to-day basis. It's not it will come once in a month or once in 6 months. It is day-to-day fight for you. So with reference to these challenges, I just wanted to share a few big projects with you people. All of you must have heard about the Atal Tunnel project. How many of you have gone and seen the Atal Tunnel project? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 5 people only. Okay. So Atal Tunnel project is a unique project in India. And when I was watching the inaugural ceremony by PM Modi on TV, So I also had the desire, okay, I must go and see. And that time only he had kept it open that he wanted all the students of engineering to go and see that mega project. That what is the geological condition over there? You know, in what circumstances the construction is being done. Unless you go and see those adversities, you will not believe the project. So some of the features which it has is, it is also called as Rohtang Tunnel. It is 9.02 kilometers long. The shape is horseshoe. It has a finished width of 10 meters at road level, 8 meter of pavement and 1 meter footpath on both the sides. General altitude of the tunnel is 3,000 to 3,100 meters. So you can imagine the altitude at which it is constructed. And designated vehicle speed is 80 kilometers per hour. Now, if you see the issues in the construction management of this tunnel, first was harsh terrain and the weather conditions. As I told you, altitude was very high and the weather conditions were too difficult to handle. See, imagine the temperature was very low, workers had to work at that temperature. Altitude was high, so you know oxygen is low at that level, so the breathing issues, okay? So they needed specialized equipment, workforce, acclimatization, you have to acclimatize the workforce for that altitude, contingency plan and weather-related disruption. Then geological uncertainties were there. Those were, as I said, the tunnel was passing through different rock formations, each with its own geological characteristics. If you have studied geology, you will all know, the moment the terrain changes, the nature of rock will change, the tunnel boring machine you are using will change, and lots of different properties which you have assumed while construction will be different when you are actually doing the construction on site. So there are rock slides, unstable formations, which necessitate constant monitoring and adaptation of construction techniques. So that's how the construction techniques which you learn in the books, and when you start applying over there, because we all learn construction techniques from Purify, but then when you start applying it on the site, you will see the challenges unfolding one by one. And that's where you will need your creativity and problem solving skills, your technical knowledge. Everything will be put into practice along with your mental strength, your intellectual strength, because you have to solve that problem under those conditions. Then logistics and material procurement. Transporting construction materials and equipment to remote locations can be logistically complex and time-consuming. Remote location, of course, logistically, very time-consuming. And that's why efficient supply chain management is crucial to ensure a continuous flow of resources to the construction site. As you all know, if the construction resources are not available, the work will stop. And then there will be delays, cost overruns, and all the connected issues. Labor and workforce, so skilled labor availability, limited in remote areas. As you know, anyone in Maharashtra will never think of going and working for the Rohtang Pass, right? The situation is different, weather conditions are different. So we have to ensure their safety, well-being, and proper accommodation becomes a priority. Give them that safety measures so that for harsh weather conditions also, they are able to work over there. So stringent protocols are there to look after and take care of the workers. Coordination among stakeholders, this remains a common thing. Government agencies, contractors, subcontractors, different local communities. As I had given you the example of Jaitapur power station, so local communities didn't want the project, so they stopped it. So you have to ensure the social cost benefit analysis. The project brings that social benefit also. Talk to the local communities, take them into confidence, and then your work will progress in a smooth way. It's a big challenge. See, if the localites decide to stop your work, whatever technique, modern technique you have, you cannot go ahead. So scope changes and design modifications. So time to time, as I said, when you start unfolding into the tunnel, you will see different rock strata, so design changes, modifications will come in. Regulatory compliance will be always there, environmental regulations, where do you throw away the muck, how the muck has to be deposited. Lots of those regulatory compliances has to be strictly followed. And of course, quality control, because all of you must be knowing, any project is a factor of time, cost, and quality. These are three parameters which are most important in any project. Stick to timelines, manage the cost overruns, and stick to the quality. If you can manage these three, then you will be a good project manager. So technological integration using machines like tunnel boring machines, digital monitoring systems require skilled personnel and careful planning to ensure they operate seamlessly. And all this, see, people management is the toughest job. Tools, machines, equipments can be managed. They can be worked with. But managing the human resource is the biggest challenge for any construction project. So in conclusion, though the Atal Tunnel faced spectrum of challenges, including harsh terrain, weather, logistics, and coordination among others, the successful management of these challenges showcases the determination and expertise of construction teams involved and serves a testament to the capabilities of India's engineering and project management power. Another project which I would like to discuss, I'll do it in brief now. It is about Burj Khalifa, Dubai. How many of you have seen this structure? In real life? Real life, okay. Some 10 people are there. So it is a wonder, those who have seen, a wonder in itself that a human brain can conceive such a project, design, plan, execute, and make it habitable. Because I have seen it, it's a wonder on earth. The resources, the manpower, the technology, everything is incredible. And once in your lifetime, you must go and see as civil engineers. I'm not promoting Dubai here, I'm just promoting the civil structures which you must really visit. So it is around 828 meters, okay? So which is more than 160 stories building. Site preparation, all of you know Dubai has a soil strata of sand, non-cohesive type of soil. So very challenging soil strata. So clearing the construction site, excavation, laying the foundation. This involved creating a massive concrete mat foundation to support the building's weight. Okay. So foundation it included piles and a concrete raft to distribute the weight evenly. The piles were driven deep into the ground to provide stability. Then the superstructure was all erected with steel and concrete core of the building. Initially, the services, elevators, staircases, etc. were constructed, and later on, the floor construction was done by assembling steel and concrete columns and beams, and then pouring concrete for the floor slab. Then the exterior cladding, which you see in the structure, it was all glass cladding, iconic glass and aluminum curtain wall system on the exterior. Then mechanical and electrical systems, so installing the building system including elevators, plumbing, air conditioning, electrical systems, interior finishing, final testing, landscaping and surrounding, and this completed project was handed over in 2010. And now it is fully habitated and one of the most visited structures when you visit Dubai. Another structure which has really created a word like awe for me is Palm Jumeirah Island in Dubai. How many of you have seen this? 1, 2, so around 8-10 people. Again, another wonder on the earth. Just think of a person who thought you can construct in the sea. The thought which came, I can do construction on the sea. And then it raised a lot of sustainability, environment issues, the issues of doing the construction over there. You can see it looks like a palm tree. So that's why it's Palm Jumeirah Island. It has a crescent of 650 feet, 200 meters wide, and about 10.5 miles, 17 kilometer long altogether. Total diameter is 5 kilometer diameter. Wonderful structure. Started in 2001 and completed by 2007. By the time people could go and stay there. This is the way the structure looks. You can see it has crescent shape breakwater structures so that the water doesn't penetrate in. You know, all of you know, seawater challenges. It is salty, isn't it? So the seawater construction challenges has its own level of difficulty. So planning and design, so extensive planning and design were undertaken to conceptualize the artificial island's layout, shape and infrastructure. This included crescent-shaped breakwater and determining the layout of residential, commercial, and leisure spaces. So it has residential, commercial, and leisure spaces. Lots of hotels, boating. There are trains which move inside the Palm Jumeirah. Lots of different things. So the reclamation was initially done where sand was dredged from the seabed and deposited to create the island's landmass. This was a massive endeavor requiring precise dredging techniques and meticulous placement of sand. So all construction techniques and management has to be put in action. Breakwater construction was done to protect this island, which was created. Infrastructure development included roads, utilities, and other essential infrastructure for the island's development. Landscaping, transportation within the island, that's again a challenge. Underwater transportation was also there. Quality control, environment consideration, because it was like you have to protect the marine life and maintaining the water quality around the island. This was the biggest challenge for sustainability. Quality control and safety, project coordination, completion and handover. Okay, so I would like to conclude that any modern structure requires advanced construction management, and I think we are all here in this conference to learn more and more about this unknown, undefined area where human brain can conceive any project on the earth, you see, and bring it to reality. That is it's in the hands of civil engineers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an insightful talk.
We would now like to introduce our first keynote speaker for the day, Mr. Ramamurthy Rajendran. Mr. Ramamurthy Rajendran currently holds the esteemed position of Director at Digital Build Private Limited, Singapore since 2021. Mr. Rajendran is at the helm of ushering in a new era of digital integration within the construction industry. Mr. Rajendran's journey is a testament to his unwavering dedication to excellence. From his consultancy role at Startup Exposure between 2019 and 2021, where he harnessed his expertise to guide budding businesses towards success, to his pivotal directorship at the Building and Construction Authority from 2015 to 2019, where he played a vital role in shaping regulatory and developmental frameworks, his impact has been truly transformational. His professional trajectory, however, began earlier as a senior engineer at both Dragages Singapore Private Limited and Wohub Private Limited. Mr. Rajendran's academic achievements are equally impressive, with a master's degree, a Bachelor of Law with honors, a Master of Business Administration, and a Bachelor of Engineering in Civil Engineering. Beyond his qualifications, Mr. Rajendran possesses an expansive skill set that encompasses strategic and project planning, negotiation, contract negotiation, new business development, and a deep understanding of construction process. His proficiency in areas such as digital marketing, marketing strategy, and sales management further highlights his adaptability and his innate ability to stay ahead of the industry trends.
It is indeed a privilege to have such an eminent personality amongst us today. So we invite you to kindly deliver the keynote address.
Thank you so much. I didn't expect a long description. That's why I came here. Anyway, thank you so much for the long description. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just a background of info. My short name is Ramamurthy. I used to work for Building and Construction Authority as a director. Now I have on my own company with my partner, Mr. Joe Lowe here. So this is about company brief. What we are doing is our fundamental work is we have developed a patent digital solution for construction for project management. Second part is we do have expertise on there's a modular construction. It's a volumetric modular construction. The third expertise we have in a construction quality assessment system, which is very unique to Singapore. Then we do that service also. Right? Our primary focus is on the digital solution. So what I'm going to share is a story of a Singapore construction industry, how it has transformed last 10 years and realistically. So this journey, the transformation journey, we started in 2010. Precast is quite common in a Singapore context. If you had visited Singapore, you might have known. But from 2D precast to now, we have shifted to volumetric construction, which is the full finishing of fit out and MEP works. Then the other part on the digitalization, we moved from the 2D drawings, AutoCAD drawings, to integrated digital delivery. I will explain on the second part what this is about it. Right? That is the major transformation we have it now. Why do we do that? That's a fundamental question. Why do we switching to the precast to prefabrication? In the Singapore context, construction is one of the least productive sector. There's thousands of laborers involving on a construction site. So the government wanted to improve the construction productivity, speed, as well as quality. So that's why the journey started. But there is a direct correlation between, right, if you adopt prefabrication, digitalization, and the productivity improve drastically. Within 10 years, the 20% productivity improved. You might have asked the question, how do you measure the construction productivity? In Singapore, every construction site, there is a biometric system. How many workers are involving on the project? The number of workers divided by the GFA of the project. That's where you can able to measure the construction productivity in outcome of meters squared by man-day. So now the results are quite clear. When you adopt prefabrication, right, it improves the productivity. Then, how did they achieve it this last 10 years? Right? The industry associations, like the builders and developer association, work closely with the government sectors and hand in hand. And the government adopts always this policy, carrot and stick. That means government has an incentive scheme. In simple language, if the builder or developer adopts a prefabrication, digitalization, government incentivizes them. Right? So that is a scheme they announced it to the one point of time until the ecosystem is built. After that, it is compulsory to do that prefabrication. In simple language, if we develop apartment in Singapore, it is compulsory to do the volumetric construction. It is compulsory to do that, BIM in that project. Right? That has been put it in the mandatory regulation after 10 years. First 10 years was incentive was given. Okay, I'm going to share that excited story. You might have heard this story about in YouTube. Right? This is the world tallest volumetric modular construction in terms of concrete. It's a 56 story, just completed last year. The entire project is done as the volumetric construction. It consists of 3,000 modules. I was heavily involved during the design stage of this construction. Okay, the challenge we had, of course, it's a dense city, it's a narrow path, but it's a 56 story. The floor cycle is completed as 8 days per floor. Usually as a civil engineer, you know that floor cycle means just completion of the structure only. But here, floor cycle means completion of the architectural works, MEP works, and everything 8 days per floor. That is the speed we have it when you go for volumetric construction. Of course, the credit goes to the project team. So I did involve only during the design stage only. Okay, now the question is, how do we deal with that modular construction? So it starts with the architect. It starts with the design engineer. So we can't change the design during the halfway. It must be all the predefined, including of your PowerPoint, socket location. Everything must be, the design must be freezed at the early stage. This is the reality picture. Once the design is freezed, the modules are fabricated in a prefabrication yard, the shell, the concrete modules. Each module is about 30 tons, roughly. Then it's a monolithic module. So it's casted in a single cast to get a water tightness, better water tightness. Again, the modules, most of the modules are fabricated in Malaysia because we have a land constraint in Singapore. Then it brings to Singapore fit-out factory where all your MEP works and architecture works, everything including of tiling, your lung bath, your shower screen, everything is windows, everything is assembled at the factory like, car manufacturing. Then each module is transferred to the trailers and brought into the site using of a lifting frame and the heavy capacity tower crane, lifted and installed at the site. So that is the speed we have achieved, right? And the tolerance, what's the guess of the tolerance of 30-ton module installed on the 56-story? The tolerance is about 2 to 3 mm tolerance. That is the precision, that is kind of precision engineering we are looking into in the modular construction. Okay, whatever I have shared with you on the slides, let us see the action on the video, how it is being done. Okay, before getting into the video, the entire process of modular construction is being managed by the digital management. Start from the BIM and the factory, you are monitoring through the QR code system on the progress, including of quality inspection, including of installation inspection, everything's tracked through the digital way of doing that. That's what my company is doing it. Okay, let's see the video. Just completed, people are moving into that. Okay, the second part is digitalization, how we evolved digitalization for the last 10 years. If you look at the McKinsey report, recent report also, construction is one of the least digitalized sector, next to hunting, agriculture. So that is the level we have. So the challenge of digitalization is, particularly for the field management, is the simplicity and easy to use the platform, right? That is a challenge. Okay, now I talked about the integrated digital delivery, which I had mentioned it earlier, right? So why do we come out with this framework of integrated digital delivery is, so start from the design until the contractor, manufacturer, to the asset owners, everybody share the same platform of exchange of information, which is called integrated digital delivery. Basically, it connects people, process, and technology in simple terms. Okay, how did we move this structured approach of digital delivery? Essentially, you have to divide. This was pushed by the government sector, worked with the industry association. Start from the design, fabrication to asset management. Each stage, you must define what is practically applicable digital tool to use. Most of the tools are compulsory to use in the Singapore construction practices. And I will share you, touch and go on some of the use cases. Right? In essential, BIM is mandatory. Without BIM model, you can't submit your planning approval. So BIM is practically used for the project. All the 3 disciplines until that federated BIM model. That is a basic things. Other common things, including our affordable public housing. Affordable public housing also that have to use that BIM. Then all your, start from your virtual mockup. We no longer practicing as a physical mockup. All the decisions are made by the virtual mockup. This is one of our public housing project. It's affordable housing, right? The point is, again, the decisions are made with a big room concept together with a consultant and the virtual mockup and the scheduling. The virtual scheduling is very important, especially for that volumetric construction, how many floor cycle we are going based on the master schedule. This is one of the live case project in Singapore. So to the point is before starting of construction, based on a master program and based on the BIM modeling, we do the virtual construction first, make sure that the planning is in order. So accordingly, the modules will be produced. Okay, that part is on the during the design stage only. When it comes to construction on the field, monitoring of progress is one of the challenge part. Right? So how many modules are installed, how many works been completed at site. That we have developed a very unique way of QR code system monitoring. Then it can automatically generate plan versus actual progress. Right? So this is one of the application, patent application we developed. Right? And we implemented in one of the complex project, 2,000 over apartments in Singapore. Let me show the quick video on that.
This is Singapore's largest condominium project, consists of 2,200 apartments. We will show you how Digital Build, a construction management application, monitors critical steps on site. Showing data from an ongoing project, overall progress is tracked from a single glance. Progress is divided to individual tower and down to individual apartment. Reports for submission can be downloaded in Excel or PDF with a single click. In construction, progress report submissions are tied to getting paid. That's why this simple app is essential for the construction industry. Other than progress monitoring, the application also captures all digital inspection forms and documents related to the project on a single platform. Delays in clearance of work inspections hinders progress, so not only the application offers clear visibility of project progress, but it also monitors accountability on site. Are customizable for C-suite level to C macro level of the progress, and the S-curve will give a good indication between what is planned versus what is actually digital built.
So basically when it comes to field management, that software, the user-friendly software is quite important. Right? Some of the other use cases, I just touch and go, is live tracking of prefabricated components, because our prefabricated components are manufactured all over the world. So we should know that, how to track that progress of the off-site construction. Then including of a quality and safety inspection on-site, it's compulsory to do is the digital platform in Singapore. This is what I'm showing you, the screenshot is the real data from the project. All right. Your structure, architecture, and MEP works, including your safety permit, it has to be on the digitalized way. The reason for creating a digitalized way is you are collecting that data. It's useful for decision making until the handing over the asset to the asset owners. So what do we call that? The entire application is, it can communicate each other, which is called common data environment. At the end of the project, you will collect good data points, which will be useful to make decision for your subsequent project. Where was the mistake is done? Which are the areas we have to improve on it? That is a IDD. Okay, what is the lesson? Whatever I show in the slides is, I'm painting the good picture, but in between the last 10 years, a lot of struggle. A lot of struggles that we faced, and we managed to overcome. One of the major struggle is, it's not the technology, it's the mindset of the people. Right? So, but okay, we have managed to overcome all that. The lesson we learn is that whatever the technology we push for it, right? Either it's a prefabrication or digitalization, it must save cost and time. Otherwise, no interest from the business community. So we have to touch down on the point. Otherwise, the technology or the policies will fail on that. That is a lesson we learned. Then we carefully calibrated on that approach. The biggest lesson we learn is the prefabrication adoption is the reputation. If you do not have a reputation, then you don't have economies of scale. Your cost will go up. Right now, our cost is a cost neutral. It's going towards the angle of direction of cost savings. At the moment, we are in the cost structure. If you do not have a reputation, then you will have end up with the other way around. In comes to digitalization, it has to be simple to use, practical to use, especially on the people standing under the sun, on the sunlight on the side. It has to be, the system must be as simple as possible. Right? That is the greatest learning point. So what is the moving forward direction in Singapore construction industry after these 10 years? The government takes approach of, let's go for manufacture, not construct. How do we do that? We have set up that automation plant. Currently about 6 factories are running in Singapore to produce all the precast and prefabrication. This is my last video. I show you the things. How does the real factory works in Singapore?
Automated processes means relatively fewer personnel are required to manage the factory floors. The controlled environment ensures both greater safety and far higher productivity than traditionally practiced at every juncture. Automation also translates into greater resource efficiency, meaning swifter and more affordable solutions. The resulting products are fully customizable, completely uniform, and of consistent quality. Specialized personnel then install the requisite fittings and finishings precisely as specified. Finished units are packaged securely and then stored, ready for dispatching to construction sites in the sequence required.
Okay, towards my end of the slides, whenever I present to the overseas, the question asked is, can the Singapore strategy is applicable to elsewhere? Right? So people always quote that you have a smaller nation, politically less complex, or any policies you can implement quickly, right? But yes, true, but the problems are same. We used to have a productivity issue problem, quality issue problem, right? So elsewhere also same problem. The answer is, let's get into that, root cause of the problems, not addressing the symptoms. This is what we did it in 10 years ago, 2010. We got into the root cause of the problem, we addressed it. So far, and the policies and the technologies works well. Okay, I'm getting into my end of slides. Okay, I end my session with my favorite philosopher, Jitu. You might have known that, right? So I love to read his book. So with this quote, I end my session. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enriching talk. Our next keynote speaker for the day is Dr. Komali Yeneti.
It is with great pleasure that I invite you to a remarkable scholar and educator, Dr. Komali Yeneti. Dr. Yeneti is a senior lecturer and course leader for geography, urban environments, and climate change at the University of Wolverhampton. She has extensive research, policy, and advocacy experience in climate change adaptation and mitigation and energy, and is helping create sustainable communities and cities around the world. Her current research involves more than 25 government and industry partners for improving living conditions of people and to develop knowledge. Dr. Yeneti has published extensively on poverty and inequality, energy justice, and urban sustainability. She has presented at more than 30 international conferences and symposia. She is a frequently invited speaker, including those events organized by the Low Carbon Energy for Development Network and Al Gore's Climate Change Leadership Program. She was described as one of the world's top 25 young scientists in energy by Federal Ministry of Education and Research, 100 Great Minds by Falling Walls Foundation, and was felicitated by Queen Elizabeth at Buckingham Palace, London. She has also received the inaugural International Geographical Union's Early Career Research Award. Dr. Yenneti has won several research grants, including those from German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, National Natural Science Foundation of China, Chinese Academy of Sciences, CRC for Low Carbon Living, New South Wales Office of Environment and Heritage, and Parramatta City Council on various topics of sustainability like climate smart cities, smart energy management, data augmented design for sustainable cities, sustainable energy transformation, energy efficiency decision making, and cool and resilient communities. She is keen on early career research development and is the founding chair of International Geographical Young and Early Career Geographers Task Force, chair of the Cool Building Solutions Policy Group at Berkeley Lab, program officer for Royal Geographic Society, Energy Geography Research Group, and governing body member of International Early Career Working Group on Geography, Environment, and Sustainability.
Let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Yenneti, whose wealth of insights and experiences will undoubtedly enhance our learning and inspire our goals. Ma'am, it's a pleasure to have you with us today. We invite you to kindly deliver your keynote address.
Thank you very much. I'm the last speaker for the day. If I'm the last speaker, maybe because sustainability is often on the last of the agendas in the sector, but nevertheless, that was just a joke. First of all, thank you everyone for joining us today, and I would firstly like to thank Honourable Vice Chancellor and also all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and my special thanks actually goes to Professor Anil Kashyap because he's the one who invited me. Thank you so much for that opportunity to be here. So I'll just try to kind of connect some of my research works within the space of sustainability. Now, before I start, can I just quickly ask, how many in this room are actually planners or Okay, 3 or 4. Architects? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so the rest all are engineers, is that right? Okay, so we people are a little bit odd men and women out, maybe. But let's try to connect. I'll try to connect to both engineering and also more broadly to architecture and planning. So as you see, I have a degree in architecture and urban planning, but I found my niche or more interest in the sustainability space. Partially, maybe it's because I have a lot of advocacy experience working with international organizations and so on when I was young. So that kind of led into a proper research. I participated in a number of international climate negotiations. And then I realized that research is really important. So I'll try to also connect some of the key important things that the eminent speakers from yesterday and also today, our Vice Chancellor has spoken about. The sustainability is gaining importance. Often, historically, sustainability is seen, at least in the ICCRIP sector, it is seen as a negative implication, but it actually can be turned the other way. The tables can be turned the other way to see actually sustainability can actually be a positive thing for the environment. Not just for the environment, but also for the building sector and of course, the cities in more general. I know some of the key things that the speakers yesterday also spoke about. We talk a lot about research, but how this whole thing can be actually put into practice and decision making, this is key. And most of my research, actually, of course, there are research papers and all of that you can go and search, but some of the key works that I'll talk about today is actually things that have been implemented by governments, and more are still under consideration and working closely with industry and governments. So I'll talk about some of those key things. Because at the end of the day, we know building sector has a huge implications on energy. And of course, considering the net zero targets that everyone has, it is a key important thing. So thank you for the students for the introduction. So I'm a senior lecturer, but also what I'm doing in terms of here a lot of things, because I am also a program leader for our programs in Hong Kong, which is basically construction management and quantity surveying. So our university has transnational education programs, which is basically we teach overseas. So I go like 4 times a year to Hong Kong, so to teach there. Those are the programs. But also I wear another important hat, which is basically I work with the Department of Energy Security and Net Zero, Government of the UK, to specifically look at, which is now becoming a key in urban heating. Now, urban heating needs no introduction, I guess, in India at least. Year after year, the temperature is soaring and people struggling. At the end of the day, impact on people, and the governments are very much aware of that. So that's what I'll try to connect. Okay. So I'll speak I'll try as much as possible to keep it relevant to India. I mean, our previous speaker told what is the relevance of the work to that particular country. So I'll keep it much relevant to India, because I do a lot of research in India as well, and continue to do so, because obviously I'm an Indian, studied outside, but obviously Indian, so yeah. Okay, quick question. How many of you know Sustainable Development Goals? How many of them are there? 17, okay. Right, let's do a follow-up, maybe just a little bit of quiz. I think people need energy in the room. What are the key goals that are related to the CRIP sector? No, that is actually the sustainability pillars. The goals, the number of, yeah? Mm-hmm. Okay, what is SDG 7? That's right. SDG 7, energy. That's the key thing for, and we know everything in building sector is energy. Yes, thank you. What are the other things that are related to the building sector? There's couple of important ones. Yes, climate action. That is 13, right. And SDG 11, it's already there. Sustainable cities and communities. This is the key goal for many of them. And there's one important sector, very important for the CRIP sector. Very important, especially related to all these things we're talking about, materials and other stuff. Goal number 12. Which is resource management, circular economy, and those things. So we've been talking about circular economy and resource management, and especially that's all these things that we're talking about. I think the SDGs are very important, because everything internationally that we do comes under within this. And even the net zero targets, obviously, I'm sure you all know that net zero targets are within the Paris Climate Action, which is basically within this. So it's really important. Students, I think it's, even if someone wakes you up in the middle of the night, can you please tell us what is goal number 5 or 6 or 7, whatever. You should be kind of know if you're interested in sustainability. Only if you're interested in sustainability. If you don't have, obviously, we can do. So what I'll look at, some of the key strategies is within the sustainable cities and communities, there are important kind of technologies and strategies in the CRIP sector that are being implemented recently. So those are all the list. I won't go all of them, because obviously we don't have that much time. So I will touch upon briefly the top green part. So those are the ones I'll touch on. Now, we're talking about built environment broadly, I guess, and we're looking at obviously buildings, cities, our communities, everything. So historically, when humans haven't settled, or we haven't built, we know we were living in smaller caves, or as an agrocentric people moving here and there, nomadic communities, and so on. So our atmosphere is generally made up of, our Earth is made up of those things, atmosphere, which is all the environment around us, and the biosphere, which is basically the ground, and then hydrosphere is about all our water bodies, The pedo and the lithosphere, which is the soil. Obviously, the soil is the key thing. Now, in generally, if you have only those natural systems, you should ideally have, I don't know if this works. Oh, sorry, okay. It's not in F5 mode, okay. So you should ideally have something like that environment. But what we are doing as a great architects, engineers, developers, builders, and so on, is that, right? With buildings, obviously we want buildings with population, with the global population. We are going high rises, Burj Khalifa, whatever you call it, all those tall, some of the great tall structures, high density, designed by density, we're talking about around the world now, plus the new materials. We love glass, we love concrete, we love cement and all of that. That one, and of course, we love our cars. We totally love our cars, and we want more than 2 cars per family. Plus, of course, we're sitting in this nice air-conditioned environment, amazing air-conditioned environment, which is also one of the key contributors. I don't know how many of you actually ever went outside the building of an air conditioner, just literally behind the air conditioner. Anyone? Yeah, how do you feel there? It's very hot, yeah? It's very hot. But inside, just literally inside, it's very cold. So what's happening there is the air conditioning is pumping out the heat from the indoors to the outdoors. So imagine we have an apartment with 1,000 air conditioners. What will that be? Are inside very comfortable and nice in air conditioning. So this is where we call there is a gap in terms of when we build and design and considering this different strategies. I like to always like this mind the gap in the UK. For those who have been to the UK, always in the trains, I'm sure you know that, please mind the gap, because there's a small space between the platform and the rail track. Even in India, we have, but we don't say mind the gap. So, but in the UK, so there's a gap between buildings and in general what we build and the sustainability. So the key things is we know the climate change. Is there anyone in the room who denies climate change? Okay, that's great. That's a positive news. Everyone agrees there is a climate change happening, and it's a global scenarios. But the key things is that in India, we're seeing that extreme temperatures now, as an evidence-based researcher, we want evidence, yeah? So this is historical temperatures over the last 100 years or over 100 years, because it's still 2020. So we're looking at over 100 years data, and we can see clearly the annual daytime temperatures have increased over the past 100 years. And the most important thing is that the significant rise in temperatures has increased in the last 2 decades or so. And also interesting thing is our annual nighttime temperatures increased about 1.2. But in generally, we can see that 1.2 is a very small rise in temperatures. We're talking about net zero. Can anyone tell what is the target to keep temperature, to keep the net zero, to achieve the net zero? Or what we want to achieve by 2050. Yeah, India is 2070, yeah, but globally in generally, it's 2050, yes, India it's 2070, because as a developing country. So we're considering that it's 1.2 degrees rise over the last few years since the industrialization. We've had amazing presentations on the historical evolution of industrialization. And that shows that how can we really, really achieve that 1.5 by even 2070, which is like 50 years down the lane. So even the projections, the very, very pessimistic or even the optimistic projections shows that the temperatures are going to be at least by 2 degrees, which we need to bring down significantly to 1.5. So do we go as the business as usual scenarios in this sense? Do we frequently drive between urban areas and rural areas? Does anyone come from a little bit of a suburban area or a rural area here in this room? not very much, maybe. Most of us are in the cities. So generally, cities are much more hotter. If you go to rural areas or a countryside or a village, you feel much more cooler than the city. What's the reason? It is one of the key phenomena is, as I said before, all of these things that we build, buildings or new materials or all those things, we contribute to a thing called urban heat island effect. I won't go deep into the deep sciences of urban heat island effect, but it is in a simple language. It is an ocean of warm temperatures in the city core area to compare to cooler areas around the surroundings. So urban heat island contributes to higher surface temperatures in cities and urban areas and cooler. It has significant increase in cooling energy consumption. I'll show you a couple of slides on evidence about how much it contributes, and it is a serious threat to human health as well. So this is the magnitude of urban heat island across the Asia Pacific. So if you see here, India on the western part is actually quite red, which shows that the temperature, the urban heating in the western parts is significantly rising as well. And of course, some of the more parts of other parts of Asia, even in some cities like coastal cities may benefit from coastal sea breezes, but inner cities would be even, so for example, Delhi is a great example because it doesn't cool because of lack of breezes and stuff like that. So this is the magnitude of urban heat island in India across cities. So you can see any city within the country, it is significantly very, very high. Even when the atmospheric cities like Delhi is over 6, 8, and even in different scenarios. I'll not go again into deep of some of those things, but it generally shows that across the country, on an average, over 2 degrees urban heat island effect. So if we want to bring down to 1.5 temperatures, even in cities, and not just UHI, but in general, the global temperatures, we need to do significant things. I'll not go. We know urban heat has significant impact on human life. So on an average, every year in India, about 150 people die because of extreme heat stress. A lot of the people who die are not us because we're living in comfort places. They are marginal people living on the streets, or poorer communities, especially low-income communities living in slums or ghettos or other places. So they are the ones who lost, and also street hawkers and street vendors and people like that. So on an average, and this shows actually, if you see those, the number of heat waves over the last 3 decades with comparison to number of people dying over the last, so it's significantly very, very high. Impact on energy. I'll not touch, briefly what I will touch is bit in the last, over the last what do you say, in a decade or so, not even a decade, less than a decade maybe, every year on an average in India, anyone guess how many air conditioning units are sold? Guess it's about 5 million units of air conditioners are sold per year, because we have a home of 3 bed. We want 3 air conditioners, right? So that is actually, and then of course, if you can afford, I've been in talks with a lot of architects in the northern part of India, in Haryana and Punjab. They say they want central air conditioning in the entire home for a people of 3. So we can see this is going to be a significant increase in, obviously, rise in energy needs, and we know the cooling energy needs is going to be significantly high. Can we really cater to the needs of these increase in energy scenarios? Even in the worst case scenarios, by 2030, we're looking anywhere about 750 terawatt hour in the country, which means how many, on an average, we have to build 1 power plant a week in India. Is that possible? engineers, yes, maybe we can build, but can it's possible in terms of affordability as well for the country? So looking at all these things, what I'll touch is what are the key strategies that could be implemented to kind of achieve some of these in a more sustainable way. We don't want more air conditionings and more things that will increase energy consumption and increase the heat waves. So I'll touch briefly some of the key works that we have done in the last few years in my own different parts of research. So the first one is in terms of looking at vulnerability assessment tools. So a couple of these examples are actually from Australia, because before I moved to the UK, I was also working with Australia and currently also work around the world. So one of the key things is vulnerability. I did say about urban heat impacts disproportionately different groups of people, different areas. Maybe the higher income groups less, the more marginal groups much more higher. So what we did a study, this was looking at who are the most, because yesterday also in some of the couple of technical sessions where I was chairing, people were talking about place-based approaches. So we're moving from action-based approaches where the governments say, okay, after the heat wave, let's support with the people, this is what we're going to do. But instead of the place-based approaches, which means we want certain areas to be addressed more better way than other places. So we did this. I don't know if this can be shown in terms of the website opens. Let me just quickly see if it opens. Hopefully it opens. Right, so this is Sydney. So what we did is we looked at we marginalized, yeah. So we mapped the different tools here. So you can see in 2011 and 16, the areas of urban heating in different parts of the Sydney. So red, the darker red, which means the temperatures are rising, and especially even the eastern and western parts are significantly increasing. So that's a tool. The second thing I wanted to talk briefly is about urban heat mitigation. There are a number of strategies. We can talk from building shading features, which was historically, at least in India, historically we know, take examples of all the courtyard style designs or natural shading features. All those were already existing. And of course, green infrastructure like trees and all we know, but as engineers and architects, we also are looking at now more vertical gardens, green roofs, etc. And cool materials are white paints which reflect things. So just look at a couple of examples. So this is interconnected green networks. Singapore, we have speakers from Singapore. Singapore, I think it's an excellent example where different sorts of green infrastructure were connected so that every single interconnected networks are used. There are different applications these days. So this is an app for Sydney, which is if you download it, what it does is it will show you a route when you walk from A to B, from your home to office, let's say, if you want to walk. It will show the best route towards the green spaces, so maybe parks or where there's trees. And so obviously I would love to walk around a park rather than walking on a main street. So that's an excellent example. So cool materials. So we've been working a lot on cool materials. So traditionally cool materials are white paints, and a lot of the builders and they don't like white roofs or things like that. So we developed some materials which can convert into different colors, whatever color you want. Irregularly. When it's exposed to heat, it becomes white. So through our work in Sydney, actually, we were able to, the NSW state government came up with a mandatory cool roof policy for the state. Previously, and then it scrapped it later because of obvious reasons from the real estate market. But again, I've been told recently after I moved, there seems to be a lot of white roof painters in things. So you can see those two examples. So this on the picture is dark rooftops in Delhi, and you know the impact of temperatures, and the one on the white roofs in Jaisalmer. So it's popular in the western parts of India, especially Gujarat and Rajasthan. White mosaic tiles are historically used on the rooftops. And these it's been there for tens of decades. The reason is simple. Both these states are higher temperatures, so to reflect heat. So it's a natural thing, simple, easy, and also low cost effective. So one of the key things that we did is also a project in Hyderabad. This was a cool roof project which we did in partnership with industry partners, a number of industry partners. And we installed cool roofs in a low-income community. And this, we found that it significantly reduced temperatures, especially indoor temperatures, by 2 to 3 degrees on an average. Over a series of projects on cool roof, the state, actually the Telangana state government actually came up literally this year on a cool roof mandatory policy, which means all new buildings, especially the government buildings, non-residential buildings, and commercial buildings should have a cool roof in different forms, because cool roof comes in different forms, paints, sheets, etc. For residential buildings over 600 square yards, you should have a cool roof. But under 600, you don't need to have. So this is like India's first cool roof policy in the state. We hope, obviously, if the other states come up with such kind of new policies, it would significantly help governments and also the people, and also reduce the difference. I'll just touch upon a couple of examples in terms of the future climate scenarios. We want to obviously look at the different things. This is just an example. Again, we lived in Australia, which is cooling Parramatta. So we came up, this is entire, not entire Sydney, but a part of Sydney. Oh, I think it cannot download, but I can share it later. So what it does is usually, you can see there, select climate conditions, select mitigation technology. So what it does is this tool, it has different scenarios. So 10% cool roofs, or 10% trees increasing in the city, or 20%, or if you increase density, or it is a flow ratio, and so on. All these different land use features you increase or decrease. Depending on that, it will show you the output there on the screen. So what is the temperatures that it is contributing? So this is really at 500 meters by 500 meters. So it is a very, very minute scale grid level output that it shows. So obviously we have heard a lot on drone-based stuff yesterday, and also, so this is one thing that we've done. So you can see this video. So we've done an entire drone study looking at the entire Sydney. So moving from the eastern part to the western part. This is western part of the Sydney. For those who have been, you can connect. So you can see, so what are those red areas? The hotter areas, yeah? The hotter areas. And what are those red, which means hot means what are those features? Built up area, yeah. And especially you can see the roof. The greener ones are obviously trees. Blue is water, yeah. So you can see, so this is Parramatta River, which cuts across Sydney. So anyways, so that is the study we did. We actually did this drone-based study really at a street scale, looking at what will it contribute to the different temperatures. So you can see here different materials showing, so that was 53 degrees was a black roof, which because obviously it doesn't reflect, so it has issue. And then you have 33 here, which is mild grass, not really dense grass, but so there's like literally surface temperatures reducing by 10 degrees centigrade there. There are a couple of other tools as well, decision-making tools we helped. One of the key things I just want to highlight, this one last, I think this is my last slide. So this tool, which we prepared for the NSW government, which we use artificial intelligence, machine learning, and a number of other modeling tools. So this is a tool which is used by the Sydney government, and specifically for a couple of areas. So what happens in this case is when a new builder or a developer submits a planning proposal for a building, it goes through this tools, as you can see that. What it does is it shows an outcome in terms of temperatures at the street scale, not even at the city scale, at the street scale. So that then the government can actually go say, okay, this is what the developer submitted with the building, say 10% of green space within the proposal, or 20%, whatever. So to reduce the temperatures, then the government can say, go back, increase your green spaces, come back and resubmit, or even reduce your floor space or ratio, and so on. So it's a range of things that can be done. So you can see here also planning alternatives, built form buildings. It can also support the roof types. So if it's a flat roof, white, or if it's a pitch roof, white or black, and so on. So it can do and different things. And also, of course, it can also be looked at Green Star. Green Star is like a lead rating, building rating. I'm sure a number of you know already lead rating. So similarly, it can be done. So the follow-up of this tool is also, as you can see here, we have done for all the different cities in Australia. As you see, Adelaide, Alice Springs, Brisbane, Cairns, Canberra, Darwin, Sydney, and so on. All of those cities, you can actually see here all the different strategies: built form design, water sensitive urban design, cool facades, green urban spaces, and so on. So with this thing, how much effective can the tool be is because at the end of the day, decision making is important, and the developers obviously want to make money, and there's only a certain amount of things that do. Let me see if I can open this. If it opens, then it's great. Great, it's opening. So you can see here, so when you enter that tool, so you can see here each of those, if you click, I'll just take something. So you can see here mitigation strategies, cool roofs, and sorry. So the combination of strategies, what can be the impact on green, and what will be the impact on energy demand, for example, and water demand, or health risks if there is any evidence, and so on. So we looked at low density residential and high density, medium density, light industry, and so on. So they across the landscape within the city. So so that was one thing we kind of looked at. So those are the range of tools that we kind of looked at, and of course I just want to wrap up saying that the most important thing, as all of us engineers or architects or developers or planners and everyone need to come together, starting from the design stage all the way to the implementation and post-outcome, as post-building, post-implementation of the building as well, need to be considered for sustainability if we want to really, really achieve all the net zero targets. I just wanted to share about all this stuff. We have a range of things at the school where I'm based at. So we've been talking about stuff. So it's the most important thing for us in the UK is brownfield first policy, because again in the UK also housing is a big crisis, so we don't have, so government want to go to the brownfield sites, so, and also refurbishing. So we have the National Brownfield Institute, so our school is the national hub for the Brownfield Institute, and it's also, we also have the Europe's largest 360 degrees virtual environment. So we actually model all this stuff within this thing and see. So you can actually see here. So that was the former site on the aerial view. You can see former site. It was a former brewery which was burnt in 1990s. So the university bought it to make it a new, brand new Springfield site, our school, which is our own school. It's the largest school of architecture and built environment campus in the Europe. So we have those things. But if you are interested in any of the studies, so all those are my publications. Often I publish, this is, yeah. So we, publish, and like I said, research papers are there, but I'm particularly interested in practice and decision-making process, helping governments and industry, and also different bodies, international bodies. One of the key, if you're interested, the UN, so I wrote on a large report for the UNDP on sustainable cities and communities. Apart from that, also there are a number of things that we did for India itself. So climate smart cities, you already may know, and also making Indian cities energy smart, because that is one of the key for the future. So if you're interested in any of those works, I'm happy to chat anytime. And thank you so much again for this talk. And yeah, cheers.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an insightful talk. Our next keynote speaker for this session is Dr. Poonam Kashyap.
Dr. Poonam Kashyap holds an MBA degree from Ulster Business School and PhD in Energy Planning and Management from Ulster University, UK. Dr. Kashyap has over 20 years of industry, academia, and research experience in the UK. In her research and professional practice, she has managed research projects for constructing excellence in Northern Ireland on construction procurement and sustainable development. She has also been a researcher within Centre for Property and Planning, Ulster University, delivering multiple research projects funded by the central government, charities, and non-governmental researcher organizations in England. She worked as an economist for Strategic Investment Board, Northern Ireland, where she was lead in economic appraisal of funding requests received from community organizations for capital funding under SIF funding. She is an expert in evaluating business cases as per guidelines in NI Green Book Economic Appraisal to ensure better decision making and value for money. In academia, since 2013, Dr. Poonam Kashyap has worked with Queen's University Belfast, Coventry University Business School Coventry, Warwick University Business School, and School of Engineering at UWE Bristol. She has championed project-based learning at the University of West of England and has led Project Week for a batch of 350 plus undergraduate engineering students tackling global challenges-based problems in teams. She has been a member of Faculty Research Ethics Committee, Placement and Industry Engagement Lead for Engineering School, and taught full courses on business environment, sustainability in projects at undergraduate, and engineering project management at postgraduate levels. Her research interest involves multidisciplinary research addressing global challenges through the use of technology and working with diverse stakeholders in public sector departments, local councils, government agencies, and advisory bodies. Currently, Dr. Poonam is Director of NICMAR Group Education Strategy and External Partnerships, with a vision to position NICMAR education strongly on national and global map.
It is an honor to listen to you, ma'am. We invite you to kindly deliver the keynote address.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for giving me this honor. So I won't take much of your time because I know I'm in between your lunch, and probably everybody was waiting for that. So, but I can say that people on board dais have actually set up the scene which I wanted to explain. So half of my job is already done. Nowadays, all of the institutes, either in India or in foreign countries, they all are actually focused on the best learning of their learners. So what's important is that they try to bring that opportunities where our students can have the best learning experiences. And for that, the technology is becoming very, very essential for actually managing that. So on that basis, my presentation today is about digital interventions for enhancement of learning experience in built environment in specific. Sorry. Yes. So for that, what I'm going to do is, first of all, we will discuss about the digital technology in education, why it is important, and why there is a need for that. And then how the advancement of this digital technology in education sector can help our students and enhance their learning. And then what are the possibilities for building those technology in the built environment to make it more interactive. So according to higher education sector policy in UK, this is completely independent think tank which is actually focused on the learning of students. So these higher education UK policies, they actually are focused entirely on students' learning. They produce a report in 2022, which is focusing more on that these universities from last so many years in UK, they are actually putting more investment into building the buildings instead of focusing on enhancement of the education. So what's important here is if we start thinking about like how people are moving forward. So I can say that pandemic, the COVID pandemic, have actually give us to think that how we can use this, how these technologies will be useful for our own learning process. So being an educator, I must say that this is really, really important. And it's important in the sense like we need to invest into the technology. We need to invest into the enhancement of learning of our students. So how we can do that and where we can actually use those technologies. So to setting up all these things, I'm just like thinking about the student experience, how we can increase the student experience. There are lots of different technologies which are coming into place. We need to look at our education should be student-centered. It should be thinking about their learning enhancement. We need to include the real-life applications in our curriculum. How we can do that, how we can bring that element into our teaching, how we can make sure that our engagement is more active learning, how we can make it that we involve our students and develop their skills, enhance their skills, and doing like there were lots of remote learnings as well. So we need to think about that, how we can use that and how we can give them immediate feedback. So what I mean about the feedback is like whatever they are learning, whatever they are doing, how we can enhance that and let them know that what is good. When it comes to the employability skills, we can see that there are lots of soft skills. You can say leadership skills, reliability, problem solving, and so and so and so. How we can improve that in our class and outside the class. We can give lots of different exercise to our students where they can actually interact with each other and learn the capability of doing things, learn the leadership skills, learn the communication skills, because these are the skills which is very, very important for our students. And these are must being educators for us as well. So by saying that, there is a need of the digital technology in the education sector. And for that, we can say that we need the interactive learning through which our student can, no matter sitting on this place or outside the campus or in their house, they can learn things, still they manage to learn things. So remote learning, online learning, this type of things can be provided. So there's no need to actually travel a distance to have that learning. Efficiency and accessibility. So we need to make sure that we are efficient and our education is accessible to the students. Inclusivity, we need to think about that no matter what type of learning experience our students are having, they will have the best learning experience, and all the students of any age group, any difficulties or issues can actually be involved in our teaching. And also looking at the skills and our continuous learning. So if we start talking about the advancement in our education technology, how we can enhance that, how we can bring that in our curriculums. So you can say like previously we were more onto hands-on learning and more onto the book learning. So we were trying to show students like how they can do things and work with that. Also like digital learning is completely opposite, where we were more on the personalized apps where students can actually use their mobiles for their learnings and use lots of different apps for the learning process. So they can use in any space, any time, depending on their own flexibility and so on. So how we can merge them together, where we can give the hands-on experience to our student, and also we can help ourselves to actually get more and more better knowledge to actually help their understanding. So it is very, very important to think about that, how we can supplement in personal teaching to provide the better understanding, how we can use the visual learning or visual tools to enhance our education and looking at the core concepts. So abstract learning to the actual concrete experiences. So these are very, very different ways of start thinking about that we need to start building up in that. And you will see that we have lots of hybrid labs where students can actually go and have a look and then feel the experiences and can interact with the professors and tell them how they are learning, their learning process. So we look at the different type of VIs, virtual realities, and also machine learning. So in that we can see that nowadays there are lots of different type of learnings which are coming into place. We can think about the experimental learning, experiential learning, how we can build that in our curriculum. The most important thing is the visualization of abstract concepts to build in the curriculum, visual fields which we can bring in. So we cannot take all our students to the field trips, but we can actually bring those experiences with the help of virtual reality where they can have hands-on experience and then see what's happening and they can react based on that. So we can also look at the different type of motivation and engagement to actually bring in place and see that our students are motivated all the time. So this is just talking about that how these things can be done. Now, what are the possibilities in built environment? How we can make our education even more interactive being in our sector? So here I will just give you some examples of my own universities which we were used to use. And that is one of the example is the simulation, football simulation example. In that, whatever we are teaching in our students in the class, we are actually giving them this simulation process where they can implement those experiences, implement that in the simulation software, and actually based on whatever they have feed in that software, they can get the results. So this was a football stadium simulation where students have to build a football stadium. Madam was talking about the cost and time, and this was very, very important, especially when it has come to the construction sector. We need to look at the cost that don't want to increase the time, and we have to maintain the quality. But teaching that in the class with just a whiteboard or blackboard or explaining them how these things happen might not give them that experience which they can have with the hand-on experience. With the simulation, they can actually, whatever they will feed, say for example, the angle of the seats which are in the football stadium, the size of the seats in the football stadium, also the price and the time. If they have changed even one minor thing in that, the impact will show in the results that with this, these are the impacts. So based on like, will it increase the time, will it increase the cost, or how it will impact, is there any risk involved with that? So all these type of things will start coming up. And this is not just one simulation. There are more simulations, like for marketing. Students were given a car to sell. How they can do the marketing of that car, what they need to do that, how they can make this feel more better in the sense like, okay, the one simple ordinary car, they have to come up with lots of different pamphlets, style of marketing. They have to look about their marketing segments, whom they're going to market, and so on. And then based on how they are putting the information in place, the result will show up whether it will be a good marketing or not, and how it is going to impact on that. By saying that, nowadays it is really, really important to have these type of simulations in our curriculum so that we cannot really give experience if we have 750 students in one of our course. So how we are going to give the experience to them, all 750 students? Can we take them to a site where they can have hands-on experience? or we can provide this type of simulations where they can work in the team, they can produce some results, and they can analyze by themselves that with this work, with this step, how the impact is going to take place. So then for the lessons for higher education leaders, I will come to the conclusion here that being us educators, it is our duty, it is our responsibility to say that how we can make our teaching more interactive, how we can focus on our learners more, how we can focus on the delivery, what we want to deliver. So change an underlying perspective of higher education is from how students are taught to how they want to learn, how they can learn what we are teaching. So that journey is more important. Then provide them the guidance and also the transparency where they can actually come up and say and get the experience, best experience of their learning journey to have that consistency or maintain that consistency. So we also need to think about that we do have lots of expectations from our students, and also our students have the same. So how we can bring that experience in the university to bring that or build that gap between our students and their learnings. So by saying this, I want to conclude with that these technologies, alongside with physical space, digital representation is very, very essential in the beginning. Then we also need to keep our staff and student digital capable. And also we need to recognize the crucial need and digital capabilities of our senior leaders who have to think about that, how they can maintain their benchmark skills and use these national tools and data in the university. So now I don't have time for the question sessions. So I would be really happy if you have lots of questions, because I do believe you might have. So if you have questions, please do feel free to send me an email. This is my email, and I'm happy to reply your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for an informative and inspiring talk. We are grateful to our distinguished keynote speakers for sharing their precious time for this session and sharing their valuable knowledge and experiences with us today. It was indeed an enriching experience to listen to them. Their esteemed presence and scholarly addresses have made this plenary session a remarkable success. Before we proceed, all the second-year students are requested to scan the QR code and mark their attendance. The QR code will be displayed for approximately 2 minutes.
Today, we gather here in the spirit of partnership and collaboration as we acknowledge the invaluable support of individuals who have been instrumental in bringing this session to fruition. Our gathering today would not have been possible without the vision and commitment of those who have generously contributed to our cause. I would now like to invite Vice Chancellor Dr. Sushma Kulkarni to felicitate Mr. Juzair Bastawala, General Manager Technical, Bexel. We extend our deep appreciation to Mr. Juzair Bastawala, General Manager Technical of Bexel. Bexel Consulting is a cutting-edge technology provider and engineering consultancy that offers innovative solutions to complex design and construction challenges through their advanced software platform, revolutionizing integrated project management in the construction industry with BIM technologies and a decade of experience across diverse projects. Sir, we would now like to invite you to kindly address the gathering.
Very good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank Professor Kashyap and NICMAR team for inviting us for this August occasion, and would like to thank all students and dignitaries for the participation and organizing this event and making it a grand success. So let me take you through our presentation. So I'll not take much of the time. So our solution is a next stage of integrated BIM construction management solution. So I have all dignitaries and everybody has agreed on these industry challenges, be it cost overrun, project delays, slow adoption of emerging technologies, poor planning. These has been existed, or these are prevalent since long, since ages it is there. However, we all believe that technology is one of the solution. If it is adopted in a right way, in a right spirit, can definitely add value and can help in overcoming these challenges in the industry. Now, yesterday we were just having a casual discussion, and after a dear friend Francis told, "What is BIM?" So I was also, I said, building information modeling. But then he gave me a different perspective and told me that BIM is business information modeling. And then I realized it makes sense. Because what it is doing actually is, BIM is giving you a structured data. Now today, as we know that data is oil, and data is where everybody is striving to gather the data and generate the insight. BIM as in technology or BIM as in process is giving you the data which is structured, and from that you can generate the insights, the key insights which you are able to take key decisions for the project. So for BIM, what we can do is that to a 3D model, we can associate quantities, we can associate time, we can collaborate between different stakeholders, we can manage that asset, we can achieve or move towards the sustainability, we can manage safety and also legal regulations. So it has an holistical implementation in complete project management life cycle, if it is being adopted in a right way. Now, this is a slide that I would like to concentrate. I would like all the students to concentrate. And why is so is that currently in an industry, the BIM is only being appreciated and being implemented or used during the concept and the design stage. However, the research shows that the true value of the BIM can foster or project can derive if it is being adopted and if it is being implemented for estimation, project planning and construction management. That is where the NICMARians play a key role, and I'm sure by embracing the technology, embracing the BIM, and by utilizing it for the future construction management and monitoring, the projects will derive value. So this is the area where there is a lot of scope of improvement is there, and we can add a lot of value to the project. These are few, I was just part of one of the committee, and these were few findings that how the projections of the BIM looks like from an employability standpoint, or how is the future looks like in India. Mr. Murthy, during his conversation, he definitely told that in Singapore, it came from the policy and government took a lot of initiatives that BIM is being mandated so that it is implemented correctly. He gave an example, excellent example of a carrot and a stick. So definitely I like to say that India is also moving in the similar directions, and there are a lot of policies and there are a lot of initiatives are being taken by the government organizations to implement BIM or to incorporate BIM in the government tenders so that it is being appreciated by all the stakeholders. It should not be the responsibility of a contractor or a designer or a consultant. It's a collaborative effort. So what we see is that the professionals who are going to embrace this and who are going to learn these new age technologies, there will be a lot of demand in coming days. So research by feedback shows that the demand is going to grow at a CAGR of 50% year on year. Now a little bit about our company, Bexel Manager. So Bexel Manager Bexel is present in 65 countries. We started our journey as a consulting company where we used to have BIM consulting. We used to provide consulting on BIM projects, that how it can be implemented, how it can be derived, and do a project management on that. For the ease of our process, the software was being developed, but then we understood that this can be of a help for the industry as such. So then it started getting marketing. So we are here in software development since 17 years, 12 years in construction management, and we have executed project more than 250 billion USD project value. We are a proud winner of Building Smart International 2020. And we have always been a top contender since last 5 years. We believe in integrated approach and we believe in open approach. These are a few clienteles in India. We are present with L&T Reality. So these are a few clienteles across the globe. We believe in open BIM, like open API. This is one thing that gives the organizations and people to explore and add more value to the project. So we are the open BIM. We promote open BIM. This slide gives how the integrated workflows managed in our solution. That is, you take an information through an authoring tool. Then that information from all these authoring tool goes to Bexel Manager, that is our flagship product, and in that you can perform all different functions, or all different stakeholders can work, be it quantity takeoff, be it clash detection, be it costing, estimation, be it scheduling, be it integrating with Primavera, be it progress monitoring, be it connecting with ERP. So if you understand this, the complete data cycle of a construction management, you can understand using the solution, and ultimately these solutions, these data can be pushed to the cloud environment, and the dashboarding can be reviewed. Dashboards can be created. This is a short video on Bexel ecosystem. So let me just run you through. These are all simulations which are generated on Bexel. If you see, we can handle multiple kind of a project, be it a building, be it a sports complex, be it road. And this is an example of a sport complex where 16,000 activities are auto-generated. A schedule is auto-generated with an expert logic that you built in the system. This is an example of our few dashboards, that is an outcome, the KPIs that an organization can look forward using our solution. This is the earned value. This is one of the KPI that all the construction projects and all the project managers try to use it for the checking the health of the project. I'll just fast forward it. This is an ecosystem where the slide shows the clash detection, schedule, progress update. This is an online viewer where a model gets published on an online viewer, and a collaboration between the different stakeholders for the collaboration of the model and for the simulations or the looking at the monthly look-ahead plan can be done. Now, say for example, there are multiple projects. There are 10 projects going on, and you want to consolidate the data. Say for example, you want to consolidate 10 procurement projects, procurement of 10 projects. That what is going to be the cement procured or requirement over a period of time of 10 months for those 10 projects. It comes handy when the portfolio manager becomes handy. And this complete information can be transformed to and handed over in a digital format. You can attach warranty, guarantee for the facility maintenance, assist management. So instead of handing over a key, a room key which has a bundle of documents, you can hand it over digitally to the client and you can store it for future reference. These are few simulations. As ma'am told rightly, that simulations definitely helps to understand the scenarios. So in Pexel, we are able to generate such simulations, be it subcontractor performance, be it delay analysis, be it schedule performance index, be it 4D simulation, be it 5D simulations, be it only one subcontractor simulation. So all these simulations can be generated using our solution. So this gives an edge, and this gives that you are constructing a project before and then going on and envisaging what the problems can be, and you can tackle that efficiently and effectively. So in summary, what we can do is that we can manage the complete integrated workflow within a one single solution. We take the information from the authoring tool, we perform a quality check, and we believe that the quality of a BIM model is very important, so we should check that. And that can be automated within Pixel Manager. We can perform a clash detection. We can perform a quantity takeoff, a robust quantity takeoff. You can slice and dice the quantities, because the quantity requirement for a planner perspective is different, and the quantity requirement from a costing perspective is different. So we can do that, and we can provide that assistance. Detailed costing can be done from labor material standpoint. A schedule can be auto-generated, or it can be integrated with Primavera MS Project B8B. We can generate that, and we can generate those S-curves and progress monitoring using Pixel Manager. And definitely an edge is that we have an excellent dashboard integrated with Power BI with the KPIs. So we give the users the flexibility that they can explore the dashboard or they can configure by themselves, but if they require, they can use the standard dashboards also. So that is what our key differentiators are. We are open BIM, we have a knowledge base which can be used, we have intelligent scheduling, and we have an open API. This would be my last slide, and we would be happy to connect, and we would urge that kindly explore our solution and understand that how data flows and how construction management can be eased out using our solution. Thank you so much. Hope I am on time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your informative talk. I would like to call upon Vice Chancellor Dr. Sushma Kulkarni to felicitate Mr. Paramjeet Lota, Manager of Customer Success, Vaseline. Vaseline aims to transform construction project management through advanced technology, offering a platform that enhances digital workflows and leverages BIM technologies for a range of complex projects across various sectors. So, we invite you to kindly address the gathering.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me now? Yeah, okay. I sincerely appreciate everybody who's left in the crowd right now. I know there's lunch waiting, and I'm going to keep this very brief. A big thank you to NICMAR for inviting us, for having us here. A big thank you to all the sponsors and everybody who's attending this event. I'm Paramjeet, I'm an architect. I have been working with Vaseline for the last 4 years. I manage the customer support team here. I'm going to quickly give you a little bit of background about who we are, what we offer, and then I'm just going to be covering one case study, so we'll keep it very specific and brief. What you can see on the screen right now, that's us, that's Vaseline, that's the product that we offer. Essentially, we're a cloud-based construction management solution. What you're seeing to the left is the web application that you can access directly from your browsers. That's where essentially all the planning aspects for your projects would sit. This is where you would import your schedule, have your BIM models linked to your schedule. You will have your sticky note last planner system sort of operations also here. Essentially, the do aspect sits on the ground and sits with the mobile application. So this is the app that people can use to actually give updates in real time. And that's essentially how Vaseline offers its solution for construction management. We are a tech startup operating out of 3 locations. Our head office is in Helsinki, Finland. We have a support and sales office in London. And the rest of the team, which is the development and support team, is from Ahmedabad in Gujarat. That's where me and my colleague Jeet, we sort of operate from with Dr. Bhargav. We, at the moment, have customers in over 15 countries. We've been heavily involved with academics and industry over the years. We've been involved with the IGLC communities, the ILCE community, now with NICMAR as well. And that's basically been sort of a background of who we are and how we manage to work with clients across the globe. In terms of some of the projects or clients that we deal with, we're working with MACE across multiple projects, hyper data center projects, aviation projects, commercial projects. We're working on infrastructure projects as well, so roads, highways, bridges, both with Galliford Try, Implenia, Graham. We're working on commercial development also in UK, in UAE, as well as in Singapore. Closer to home, we've been doing a lot of work with PMCs for CETP, STP projects in Gujarat. We've been working on water supply projects in Gujarat. We're working on Pune Metro right outside as well with Tata projects. We've been working with Zydus, Mir Chandani, whole sort of portfolio of projects. Essentially, in terms of sectors, we are very widespread and also locations. So Vizzaline sort of sits right in the middle of construction management and manages to address various types of construction projects. I'm going to be talking about quickly our work with MACE at Heathrow Airport. And this one's there's a specific reason why I've introduced this one. It's because of what essentially makes Vizzaline useful in such sort of projects. Now, you're looking at, MACE has been doing work at the Heathrow Airport across the terminals 3, 4, 5 since the last couple of decades. There's constantly been work going on, and these are a number of small projects, all ranging into sort of, between 6 months to 12 months to 18 months. But these are constant projects that are coming up over the last, 20 odd years. And it is one of the world's busiest airports. It basically has operations going on constantly. And so the complexity involved with working on such a project becomes immense. Now, what MACE has to do is they're working across, you can see T1, T2, T3, T5. They're also working on cargo terminals. So there's work across terminals, and there's work constantly divided between packages as well. Now, very demanding projects where every minute matters. So if you're going to have work at these airports, these are timed down to the minute. You're going to have closure of certain flights, certain sections of the airport, so time becomes of the essence. And that essentially requires planning, extensive planning. Now, it also has to consider safety related to aviation, and that's something you're probably aware of. So a high level of complexity calls for extensive collaboration. Now, they have a dedicated supply chain, suppliers that they have been working with it over the past years, and this is the way that they've been delivering these projects. Now, the complexity demands extensive planning, and this is where sort of Vizzaline plays its role. It's not just scheduling that it is built for, it's actually introducing planning into scheduling. And anything that requires extensive planning is where Vizzaline has played a pretty critical part. So what we achieved is basically a common platform for the supply chain. We've proven success quite quickly in the first 6 months itself, and we've set up a standard process, but I'll show you how we've actually managed to do that. Look-ahead planning becomes essential for these projects, and they're extensively mapping their look-aheads to actually carefully look at very specific requirements, fire alarm isolation, road closures if they're required. So all of this would essentially be done on spreadsheets earlier, and you had practically more than 20 different spreadsheets to come up with this sort of data and review this data together. Now, it's not to say that you couldn't do that, but that was a lot of time spent. It was a lot of also inaccurate data over time because there was no credibility in terms of which file you were looking at. Vizzaline basically was deployed, and that's enabled them to record all of these sort of requirements that they needed to map during their look-aheads into one single platform. So now, MACE uses one, which is Vizzaline. The suppliers are also participating within Vizzaline itself to actually input this data, and they have one, people mention common data environments. It becomes that sort of a common data environment to actually host all of this information in one place. we're built on visual management as one of the lean principles. You can see how the system then reads to you. It becomes very visual and easy to understand whether we're good to go with something and whether something needs your intervention. And that's basically where a lot of the time of the planners and the construction managers can be focused on. Very heavy importance on make ready, since these are time-bound projects and a lot of safety considerations need to be accounted for. They would basically go through all of these make ready needs within the platform itself and make sure all of these are checked off. Anything that doesn't meet the make ready requirements is not taken into production, and that's how you'll be saving your time. Thank you. I have to finish this in 1 minute now. Okay, so you've got execution monitoring now, so you've got the BIM model as well plugging into it. So once the team starts to actually give updates from site, people can visualize this on the model, and you're getting real-time updates to actually understand what's going on. We've built live production dashboards for them, so they're monitoring production, they're monitoring PPC to see exactly how the performance has been. Now, the beauty of this is that we're collecting data across all of their suppliers across 13 or 14 live projects right now. So basically, you can start to review performance across suppliers because these are the same suppliers that are working for them across the portfolio. So at an overview level, they have an overview Heathrow model where you can actually see what is the status of T2 projects, T3 projects. So you get an overview of all the terminals as well using the BIM model. It just becomes a very specific use case, but it's a nice high overview level of reviewing what the status of all of the projects are. That's what it sort of looks like. You can see T3 level transfers, Pier 7, green is all the parts that are completed, purple is what's in progress, and the pinks or the salmon is what's going to come up. So effectively, through the replacement of all those spreadsheets and bringing all the suppliers together with Maze on one common platform, we've managed to reduce at least 8 hours per week. There's been 60% time savings by doing all of this. And one of the most essential parts has been that it's allowed them to build more effectively, reduce rework, save time, not just of people, but the amount of time that they're spending on these projects. It's all towards more sustainable development. And they're going to keep doing this for the years to come. And so it's very promising to see that when execution processes are improved, and that's what Visualine stands for, we're trying to get or help the industry build better and build sustainably. And that's basically what we're here for. I think, yeah, that's probably it. That's my time. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening talk. Our sincere gratitude goes out to Mr. Juzair Bastawala and Mr. Paramjeet Lota and their respective organizations for their invaluable contributions. May our journey continue and to inspire and drive us towards greater heights.
This brings us to the conclusion of the session. We request all dignitaries to kindly proceed to Executive Dining Hall, Deans and Session Chairs to the Faculty Dining Hall, all delegates and speakers to the Santripti Dining Hall, and student and staff volunteers to the Silver Jubilee Extended Dining Hall. The Editors' Conclave will commence at 2:45 in the Mini Auditorium on the ground floor of the old academic block. Everyone is requested to be seated in the auditorium for the valedictory ceremony by 5:30 p.m. We request the audience to kindly allow our guests to leave the auditorium first and then proceed for lunch. Thank you and enjoy the rest of your day.
काल आपण हे घेऊन गेलो होतो ना रे भाऊ. आता परत यायचं.
सर माउस आपके पास है सर. Can you keep this behind this? I think no. We'll keep one. So there are two persons in the tray. Beside the tray with yeah, what are the names of the leading?
So there's a slight change in the So we will first call the ones who are present at the police station and then tag them for their
तो मंडे क्यों निकल आपको कल संडे कल तक आप लॉन्ड्री में जो भी है भाई आज शाम को दिया कल शाम को
connect online and
हम दो तीन नहीं करते लैपटॉप का एक काम करते हम क्या करते हैं 3 टाइप के अलग अलग निकालते हैं एक लैपटॉप वाला एक बुक वाला क्या उसमें ऐसा
So we'll need one social people here. And how the microphones will have? So one will be with me, one will be with the person who's going to respond.
Preferably 4.
4, I don't think we have. So if that is the case, then what I can do is I can if you can do that, otherwise I'll call the one should be with one each will go to the speaker. One I can go to my hand. 4 plus 1. We have 4 plus 1. So one will be with the audience. So total 3. Total 3. So I'll get
one for the audience.
One for me as a moderator, but for the person who will respond, so they will just pass on that microphone. So one for me, one for the, because let one person only talk at the same time. There are people who want to react to that, which is good. But let one person finish the talk and then react. Yeah. What else I wanted to ask is there any flow we have decided online guys go first? We have not decided.
Once we are using humans, so it's a nice way where first we are first we are doing invitation to everyone who is there present here, and then we will just thank the people personal for being there.
What do you say? Should I do online guys first? Let them get over and speak beyond the next people.
Because those who are not if they start, what
So I do this better idea. Set the context here, then I'll get back to let's get this. It took 45 years. I'll come back, I'll put on a blazer also to look a bit better.
So then the other guns are coming on stage, on this stage. Okay. She'll tell me how it sounds, okay? Hey, tell me which is the optimum. Will it be this close or do I keep it far and talk? May we have a kind attention, please? Fine. That I know. May we have a kind attention, please? A very good afternoon to everyone present here. Ready to respond? I'm not speaking loudly, I'm very low on my tone. That's right. May we have your kind attention, please? A very good afternoon to everyone present. Fine?
प्रसाद सर वो स्पीकर हट रहे
Hello, check. Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hello, check. Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. ये नहीं लगा? Aux.
Hello.
3 aux नहीं है? किसी वीडियो रहेगा तो?
नहीं वो उधर करेगा वो लाइव वाला उधर है
नहीं इसका वीडियो से आवाज चाहिए ना इसने वीडियो प्ले किया तो
नहीं ओके नहीं टीम्स में नहीं हो सकता क्या देखिए 2 लोग आपको इधर से बात करना पड़ता है, उसको क्या करना है? तो इस साइड से कैसे बात करना है? तुरंत 1 ही घंटा है। आदित्य, अरे चालते का राहुल?
ओके सर।
हेलो चेक।
ठीक है, नाम सर बोल दिया। Madam? Oh, online connect is not happening.
If you can do it, fine. Otherwise, what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit like this anyways. Okay. Finding the personal screen blocks it, but that's the thing is, I can see that
Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, test. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello. Oh, लक्षात आलं माझ्या. Hello, hello. Hello, check, test. Hello, check. Hang up. Oh, hang up. Hello, check, hello. Hello, check, hello, test. Hello, check, hello, hello. Hello, check, test. Hello, check. Excuse me, sir. 2 मिनट. ये आपने क्या किया था अभी? ये पूरा हैंग ही हो गया. हैंग ही हो गया ये पूरा.
लॉगिन किया.
पूरा हैंग हो गया वो.
क्या करने का भाई?
ठीक है. कुछ भी नहीं है सर.
कंट्रोल ऑल डिलीट. रीस्टार्ट.
माउस ही नहीं चल रहा. Hello, check, test. Hello, check, camera.
MS Team, are we logging MS Team or not?
Amit sir must be doing now. Amit madam. Amit sir
ये इस पे MS Team है. बस MS Team खोलो.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, check, hello, test, hello, check.
Hello, mic test. Hello. Hello, check, test, hello, check.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not me early morning, sir. It's just 2.5 hours before. Sure, but 2.5 hours.
Hello, check, test.
He is in New Zealand right now. Hi, Professor Dad. Good afternoon from India. Is it audible to you?
Hello.
Yeah, Professor Jolita.
Everything is fine.
I cannot see you. Can you switch on your camera?
Actually, I have switched. I should be visible, I hope so. I see myself and everything is on.
Yeah, now I can see you.
Okay.
So, welcome to Editors Conclave. We are starting the program in just 1 or 2 minutes, okay?
Okay.
Probably you won't be able to see the audience, but yes, we are able to see you, and we can hear you, right? So trying to settle that thing also, that you can see the audience. We will have almost around 80 audience in the hall, right?
So hello, I'm Rahul Deshpande. I'll be moderating the session. When I will ask you a question, probably you will not be able to see me, so I just wanted to say hello to you face to face. But hope to talk to you and get insights from you.
Hello, nice to meet you, to see you.
Nice to see you.
सामने दिख रहा है सब ये तो ऐसे होगा सर अभी ठीक है
May we have your kind attention, please? A very good afternoon to one and all present over here. The Editors Conclave will commence shortly. Kindly be seated as the session is about to begin soon. We request you all to keep your cell phones on either silent or flight mode.
A very good afternoon, one and all. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, participants, scholars, faculties, staff members and students. A warm welcome to Editors Conclave of the International Conference on Construction, Real Estate, Infrastructure, Project Management, the ICCRIP 2023, organized by NICMAR University, Pune. I, Pratyusha Kapavarpu.
And I, Arshad Anand.
are your hosts for this session. We are gathered here today in this panel discussion to shine a light on emerging trends and challenges faced in the complete journal management and paper publication process. Editors Conclave is an avenue enabled for collaboration, creative resolution for various issues faced in journal publications to ensure authenticity and transparency so as to achieve excellent standards for all the published papers. We look forward to panel members expressing their own views on emerging trends and challenges faced in the complete journal management and paper publication process.
We would now like to introduce the session moderator, Dr. Rahul Deshpande, Dean, School of Architecture, Planning and Real Estate, NICMAR University, Pune, to all of you. Dr. Rahul Deshpande graduated with Bachelor's in Civil Engineering from Vishweshwaraya National Institute of Technology, VNIT Nagpur, and earned his Master's and PhD degrees in Transportation Engineering from the University of Massachusetts, Lowell, USA. His areas of research interest are traffic engineering, transportation planning, urban mobility, project management, and infrastructure development. His vital contribution towards the Quality Council of India project of developing an Indian infrastructure book on knowledge is widely acknowledged. His industry experience as engineer projects at HPCL Mumbai Refinery precedes his illustrious academic career with several national and international publications. He is currently serving as the Dean of School of Architecture, Planning and Real Estate at NICMAR University, Pune.
We would like to now invite Professor Priyanka to kindly felicitate Dr. Shalini Agarwal. We would like to now invite Dr. Shalini Agarwal to kindly accept the honor and take a seat. Dr. Milind Phadke, Dean, School of Advanced Project Management, to kindly felicitate Dr. Kuldeep Kumar Saxena. We invite Dr. Kuldeep Kumar Saxena to kindly accept the honor and take a seat on the dais.
Excuse me.
We would like to now invite Dr. Rajnikant Rajan sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Sandeep R. Desai. We invite Dr. Sandeep R. Desai to kindly accept the honor and take a seat on the dais. We request Dr. Rajnikant Rajan sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Rahul Deshpande, our session moderator. Thank you, sir. We wholeheartedly honor our panel members, Dr. Dartendra and Dr. Jolita, who have joined online today for this editor's conclave, and we are thankful for them for sparing their precious time despite their busy schedules. Now, we would like to introduce one of the esteemed panel members of the session to all of you. Dr. Dartendra is a lecturer at Auckland University of Technology in New Zealand, specializing in green building and building information modeling, BIM. Esteemed for his extensive knowledge, Dr. Deon has authored 34 influential publications and has earned accolades including the Outstanding Reviewer Awards from Emerald Group of Publishing and Taylor and Francis, and Best Paper Awards at various international conferences. His pivotal research on green building rating systems has been recognized in the top 15 new green buildings by the Global Buildings Performance Network, GBPN, and featured among the most cited and the most downloaded building and environment articles. In addition to securing notable research funding, Dr. Deon has contributed significantly to the academic field by serving on the editorial board of 10 prestigious journals, including an associate editor role for environment, development, and sustainability. He has also reviewed 34 prestigious journals. He has also served as scientific committee member for 20 international conferences. Dr. Deon's exceptional track record ensures that his insights and participation are highly anticipated at ICCRIP 2023.
We are honored to introduce the next panel member to you. Dr. Jolita is a professor and researcher at Kaunas University of Technology, Institute of Environmental Engineering. She is the editor-in-chief of Environmental Research, Engineering and Management Journal. She is also the board member of a municipal waste management company and a member of the advisory committee for registration of plant protection products in Lithuania. Her research interests include chemical risk management, management of natural resources and waste, and environmental impact assessment.
Next, it is our pleasure to introduce the next panel member, Dr. Shalini Agarwal is an alumnus of Indian Institute of Management, IIM Ahmedabad, and an associate professor of finance at Chandigarh University, Mohali. She has a total work experience of 18 years of industry and teaching. She holds an MBA with a specialization in finance and a PhD in the area of risk management practices in the banking sector of India. She has more than 40 research papers published in Scopus, Web of Science, and listed in ABDC. Her case studies are published in the IIM Ahmedabad Case Center. She has also authored 2 edited books published by Taylor and Francis. She has completed 3 funded research projects, 2 with IIM Ahmedabad and 1 with IMS Ghaziabad. She has conducted more than 25 workshops on data analysis using time series data in SPSS, eViews, and RStudio, and has delivered guest lectures at national and international levels. She has chaired sessions at national and international conferences. She has 8 copyrights and 1 patent in her name and acts as a reviewer for Emerald, InterScience, and Sage publications. She is the associate editor of the Journal of Sustainable Finance and Investment, and Asia Pacific Financial Markets.
It's a privilege to introduce the next speaker of session 2. Professor Dr. Kuldeep Kumar Saxena has done his B.Tech in Mechanical Engineering and M.Tech in Material Science and Engineering from MNNIT Allahabad. He has completed his doctoral degree from IIT Roorkee. Over his 13 years, he has served as a Senior Research Fellow SRF for 2 years and 8 months on a project sponsored by the Board of Research in Nuclear Sciences, BRNS, a research unit of Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Trombay, Mumbai. Dr. Saxena is the author of many book chapters and has published more than 292 plus papers in reputed journals such as Elsevier and many more. He is currently working as a professor and head, Department of Research, Impact and Outcome, LFTS, in the Division of Research Development, Laveri Professional University, Pagwada, India. He is the Secretary of the Indian Institution of Metals, Mathura chapter, and also a guest editor in many reputed journals such as the Journal of Process Mechanical Engineering, SAGE, the Indian Journal of Engineering and Material Sciences, CSIR, the International Journal of Interactive Design and Manufacturing, Springer, Materials Today, Proceedings at Elsevier Platform, and many more. It is an honor to introduce the next speaker of the session to you, Dr. Sandeep R. Desai. He is an associate professor and the head of department in Automotive Technology Department at KS Society, Rajaram Bapu Institute of Technology, Rajaram Nagar, Maharashtra. He is an editor in charge of the Journal of Engineering Education Transformations Journal. His research interests are fluid elastic instability, vortex shedding, outcome-based education, and quality circles. Dr. Sandeep R. Desai has published research papers in reputed journals.
We now invite Dr. Rahul Deshpande to kindly take charge of this panel discussion.
Thank you guys for that wonderful introductions to all of us. I feel very honored to be amongst this such a distinguished panel. I have to make myself clear, I am not an editor, but that's okay, I'm going to learn from you. This whole conclave, editors conclave, has been sort of a brainchild of Dr. Rajnikant Rajans, who is himself an editor, associate editor of emerging market case studies from Emerald, and has been guest editor for many other such case studies issues. And his day-to-day struggles with probably editing is what created this particular editors conclave as an idea. And I'm just taking it forward with all of you. So his ideas, so thank you Dr. Rajans for allowing me. Thank you for giving me this wonderful time slot just after the lunchtime, so everybody's going to be really excited about that. But with such a distinguished panel and insights that we are going to have, I'm sure everybody will be enjoying this particular session. I will not talk much, so I will try to do that. To sort of set the objectives of this particular conclave, what we would want to achieve, there are 4 broad objectives which are there. One objective is to bring the editors, the authors, the reviewers all at the same platform. So just by being virtue of being here, we have met that objective. So objective 1 is ticked. Objective 2 and objective 3 are to sort of understand the challenges from the editor's side, most primarily, to an extent sort of understand when you provide sort of a service rather to the authors. So what is their expectation and how they are matching those expectations. So author's perspective as well as editor's perspective. So that's objective number 2 and objective number 3. And objective number 4 is to sort of discuss and deliberate the emerging, it's not an emerging issues, but challenges with ranking systems, open access systems, chat GPTs of the world, so all other big umbrella which we could think of. So those are the 4 objectives which we sort of have listed. Going forward, maybe a broader question is how to represent the research. Are journals sort of representing that research? That also could be a broader question. So depending on the time availability, we'll see how we can do. There are no rules per se, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the panel who is offline over here with me. And I'm going to sort of put one common opening question to everyone. It could be construed as an opening statement from all of you. And you could take 3 to 5 minutes to sort of answer that question. Then I will have a couple of more follow-up questions and whatever the discussion evolves. So roughly 40 minutes of discussion is what I intend to have. And then I hope to open the forum to public to sort of ask the questions. We have a lot of wisdom inside this particular room. I will not be able to acknowledge everybody. There are editors also who are in this audience, which we appreciate. And we hope we will have a very lively sort of interaction over here. So to start off, since you are almost on my left, I will start with you, Dr. Sandeep. And my first question, sort of an opening statement from you. As an editor, what do you think are the most important issues in the publication process? What is your experience with the quality and quantity of papers that you're receiving, availability of quality reviewers, timelines that you are able to meet, other pressures which you are sort of having? So generalized sort of some viewpoint from you.
Thank you, Rahul sir. And really thanks to the organizers of this conference for giving this opportunity. As you said, you made a platform available for all the editors and rather bringing everyone in the community of engineering research as such. So my opinion on this is, as you said rightly when I was listening to you, that this idea must have come to Rajhans sir's mind because he must be struggling as associate editor, daily day-to-day activities he would be coming across. Similar is the situation with, I think, all of us. What I have experienced is authors, when we interact with authors, the challenge is meet authors' expectations. Because this is my experience, maybe others will throw light on it, that authors expect that when a paper is submitted, that should be reviewed as quickly as possible. And then, of course, authors' expectations are because there are some requirements, some academic requirements. We find some research scholars who are supposed to submit the research papers, and then their degree is due because the papers are not published. There are faculty members in this community who also are required to publish the papers as their academic requirements. But of course, apart from this, there are also research scholars who, without any such requirement, also are publishing papers. But then, the challenge is to meet author's requirement of completing the review within given time, let's say 4 to 6 months, because even I have experienced that there are many good journals, I would say, wherein they complete the review within 1 month. I see this as a challenge because even I cite this example that if we take an example of the most reputed journal of ASME, Journal of Pressure Vessel Technology, or ASME, they complete review within 1 or 2 months. But I admit that this has not been possible for us, at least, because there are several challenges. And we look that we also should be in position to complete the review process of the submitted manuscripts within, leave aside 1 month or so, but at least within 3 to 4 months. So that is a challenge because authors are continuously behind you to complete the review. And second challenge is, which I feel again, is finding the quality reviewers. Because doing a job of reviewing for good journals is a thankless job, I would say. It is acknowledged in the form of certificates, in the form of best reviewer awards. But then finding good or quality reviewers and ensuring that quality review is completed, peer review is completed. Even if I go back at the beginning, even editorial review is also a challenge. Editorial review should be completed within time so that a decision within 15 days or 1 month is received, and we will be in position to communicate to the authors that it has passed through this initial screening and then your paper has gone to the peer review or unfortunately it is rejected. So the challenge is availability of reviewers, renowned academicians, eminent academicians in this field, so that the manuscripts will go to the right hands and peer review would be completed, and ultimately the quality of the review as well as timely submission of the review is ensured. So that, I think, is the challenge. And while doing all this, for a reputed journal, what must be ensured is your readers of the manuscripts, readers of the journals should continue to believe in the journal, should continue to believe in the quality of the journal. So it's a challenge in front of those teams of associate editors, to see that the reviews are completed and to ensure that the quality of writing is ensured, timely submission is ensured. So whoever are the stakeholders of the journal, all those stakeholders' expectations are met. That, I think, is the challenge for team of editors and associate editors. And one more I must mention that along with editor, associate editors are also working. And again, my experience is that all these reviewers, I think we should discuss on this also, all these reviewers who are doing a great job, associate editors who are doing a great job, the issue is with their own commitments. Because these reviewers, associate editors are engaged somewhere, they are doing this job of reviewing or editing the manuscripts. So there are own job related commitments, and it's a challenge for them also to spare time and to see that this all goes smooth and the team of editors is satisfied with the responses from reviewers and associate editors. I think this is the challenge in my opinion.
Yeah, wonderful sort of observations that you're trying to handle multiple responsibilities. Dr. Kuldeep, if you would like to add.
First of all, I would like to appreciate the concept for this editors conclave, and congratulations to the conference organizer for this wonderful event. I'll start from little backside, as Dr. Desai has well said. I'll start from the drafting of the manuscript, because now what we are looking through our editorial logging, that people are running towards the number. Somehow back-end pressure is there, everyone knows. And when we are looking at the initial screening of this manuscript, you will find many sections, many subsections. One figure will be there. In support of that particular figure, you will find a substantial number of lines. No proper discussion is there. So somehow manuscripts are weak, and authors are not, either they are not well educated, not knowledgeable kind of, not good training they have from their supervisors if they are the research scholars. Okay, so this kind of the weakness in the manuscripts are coming. The other point is, they are not selecting the proper journal. Selection of the proper journal is also a major problem, because submission route is never restricting you to submit the manuscript in any journal. You can open, you can make your registration and then submit the manuscript. In initial screening, we have to download, we have to initially screen, then found whether it is suitable for our journal, whether it is fall under the aim and the scope of the journal or not. Okay, so after this kind of exercise, you have to do the rank rejection. So it's also a kind of time-taking activity. From editor's point of view, we have to take care of few other things which we are not able to do that. Some tools in editorial logins are there, like similarity check. Another tool elsewhere has inbuilt in their editorial logging, that is duplicate submission. Similarity check, I think everyone knows that content similarity check is there, like Turnitin flag we are usually looking for. But in the duplicate submission, they can tell you that what is the reputation of the abstract, what is the reputation of the authors. So this way we can check whether this has been rejected earlier from the same journal or not. Okay. So these two tools are helping to the guest editor as well as the editor in sufficient manner. But still there is a question, we are not able to track the figures, whether the published figures has been incorporated in the manuscript or not. So this is a big challenge. And now, I would not like to comment anyone, but now people are using published figure by changing the contrast and the brightness of that in their manuscript, which we are not able to track. So later stage, this will be a dispute among the recent author and who has published the earlier. So there are few challenges which we have to focus and where we have to work it out.
So when you say published figure, these are the images which people are including in the
Yeah,
manuscript?
already published images from the journals.
And it's difficult to verify the originality.
Yeah, it's a totally difficult. It's a totally difficult. We do not have like these similarity check software like Turnitin and other softwares are not capable to identify those those figures from where they have been taken.
Images.
Yeah.
So the software will not recognize that, right? Very good observations and pointers.
We are facing these kind of issues on the daily basis.
Right.
And I am completely agree with Professor Desai that reviewers' task is also a very difficult task and also word is a thankless job. It's a common word now.
I can share that pain, reviewer pain I can share with you. Anyway, let's have Dr. Shalini sort of give her opening sort of thing.
First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Rajnikant sir. He's the one who gave me an opportunity to come and speak before you. Thank you very much, sir. The challenges that we face as in the editorial board. Let me narrate you one incident, because I think most of the things has already been discussed by both the members. So let me narrate you one incident. I am into the editorial board of this journal, Asia Pacific Financial Market. I had a word with the editor of that journal. He is from Japan, that is Zero Acadia, sir. So I had a word with him. So what was the main challenge? He told me their journal is growing. I said, okay. So I said, how? So he told me, like, there is so much of pressure of publication. So initially in the olden times, very few people used to publish, right? Now, in the initial times, only 100 submission was there. 100 submission was there per month. But now, he told me, that is the editor. He told me now he used to get around 500 papers per month. This is, can you see the numbers? The people, they are, the editors, they are receiving from on a single journal. So that is the main challenge. How to work onto that, right? So, the people, they send their papers and we have to reject, reject also. The reason for that is they are not up to the mark. Some of them are not up to the mark. And some of the authors, they send it just like that, even without seeing the aim and scope. So those papers has to be rejected. So, but at the end of the day, there is so much of work even for doing the reject. We have to read the paper. So the number of papers, because of the technology, they are increasing. Everybody is focusing on getting the work published. Maybe because of the pressure from the colleges and the universities, and the money also they received. I hope you will agree with me. The good institute, there are some good institute that pay around 2 lakh if you get ABDC A rank journal, if you get it published. So they pay you around 2 lakhs. So I think the numbers is making a difference. There are many institutes like, let me give an example onto this Jaipuria Institute. That is in Delhi NCR. That pays around 2 lakhs for A-star category, A category. Even if so the people they are running, they are submitting their papers just like anything. So this is one of the main challenge that we have to focus on, and that is really critical. And one more thing I would like to address here is to get a good reviewers. To get a good reviewers is very, very tough. And let me narrate another incident of mine. So Asia Pacific Financial Market, what those journalists doing, they send me all their papers to me. They send all the papers to me, and I have to see whether this paper should be accepted or not, right? So I have to devote so much of my time into this, and I don't get anything. I know that, but everybody agrees with me with that. We don't get anything, but still, it's a very painful and it's a different set of job, but it's interesting as well. So that is the true opinion of mine. I hope you agree with it, right? Thank you so much.
Yeah, very good observations. So we have had fantastic observations from the panel over here. Now I'll try to move to the online sort of a panelist for us. Dr. Dat, I'm coming to you. You heard our panelist over here. Sort of a thankless job performed by an editor, challenges by the deluge of papers being sort of pushed to them, and in certain cases having difficulty in terms of verifying the quality of paper technologically also. So if you could share your experience, your insights in terms of broad challenges that you are facing as an editor. Dr. Dan.
Yeah, thanks. So for me, I think most of the challenges already mentioned by the other editors, but just want to highlight it again about the reviewers. So for our journal, we're also struggling to find the write reviewers for our manuscript. Because based on the number of the manuscript, I believe 600 or 700 papers a month, and it's a lot. And for our journal, we aim to provide the authors with the decision within 2 months. So that's a lot of pressure to the reviewers and the editor as well. Just like with the editor-in-chief, they need to go through, on the average, around 10 to 20 manuscripts per day. It's a lot. And the problem to me is the existing pool of the reviewers is not that detailed. So for example, we have the database, but they may say, just like the reviewers, they have the expertise in just like environment or something, could be construction waste, but then it's not maybe right or much with their expertise when we send out the manuscript for them to review or ask for their input. So in the end, normally for me, just only me, I'm not sure how the editors work, but I will try to just like go to the latest publication from different journals with the same quality, and I try to find the potential reviewers there. But in general, for those people, they are really busy with their research and teaching, so most of them decline my invitation. So overall, on the average, I need to send at least 10 invitations to the reviewer to get 2 of them to work on the manuscript. So it's really tough. And another thing is in terms of the number of manuscripts, because for many researchers, they just try to submit to the quality journal first. So for example, they aim to submit to Q1 journal, and then if there are bad feedback or something not good, then they will submit it later on to Q2 paper. But that's put a lot of pressure on the top tier journal, because just like for me, I receive lots of draft, just like the draft journal, and there will be a lot of plagiarism, self-plagiarism, or don't have any contribution at all. But they just try to see the reviewer feedback. But then it's just put a lot of pressure on the editor teams and the reviewers. Yep.
Right. So we have some echo of what is sort of being discussed in this room, coming from New Zealand as well, I believe. So finally, Dr. Jolita, if I could have your sort of an opening statement and your experience about the challenges that you are facing as an editor.
Yeah, thank you. At first, I would like to thank to organizers for having invited me to this event. And it is really very interesting to listen to experience of other editors-in-chief and to find out that actually our challenges are really very similar. I represent a rather small journal. We have very limited capacities and very limited possibilities to publish a certain amount of paper. So we publish just 4 issues per year with about 10 papers in journal. So it's really a small one, but that doesn't mean that we receive just few papers. We do receive quite big number, and that needs to be processed. And this challenge with reviewers, well, quite often I end in a situation that as editor-in-chief, finally I make even myself an additional review to some papers, and it's really time-consuming, and it is a pity of the situation. But this issue is really one of the biggest ones. Nevertheless, there are also many more aspects that editors-in-chief have to consider. Anyways, our ultimate goal is to have trusted and popular journals. So that is, attracting good quality articles. That is also taking care of financing. That is taking care of being included into different databases and so on. And depending on different period, our that moment aims might differ. For example, currently we have an aim to be included into directory of open access journals, as our journal is published in open journal system, but we still haven't done this, that we are also within directory of open access journals. So these different aspects are also important. Maybe they are not like continuing all the time, like with reviewers. It's permanent struggling. Other activities might be just like you do it and then forget, but when you do one, then you have another aim and challenge and so on. So thank you.
Right. Well, very good insight, especially with this challenge of open access and indexing pressure and keeping your journal high quality. Sort of what I got from all of you is you have a pressure in terms of a lot of paper coming to you. That's not good, apparently, but in a way there's a lot of interest in that area. There are so many other technological tools which are being used. So in your opinion, is there any solution to this particular problem in terms of getting it screened? Dr. Jolita, I'm asking you, that there is a lot of text which is coming, but initial screening, some automated screening, some kind of a technological interventions, or some other way of trying to involve a committee of editors, a committee of primary reviewers. I don't know what's the solution space over here, but if you could comment on that with your experience. Dr. Jolita, could you get my question?
Yeah, sorry, maybe I missed a little bit the ending. The quality of sound is not very good.
Yeah.
If I understood correct about technological tools, in our case, we are one of the journals that is published by Kaunas University of Technology, and it is our publishing house which is providing us the platform and taking all care for technological aspects. So personally, I don't really deal much directly with like finding which technological tools to use or things like that. But from my experience of what we currently have, it is of course very important that platform is convenient for all actors, starting from authors and then also readers, reviewers, editors, ourselves. And in our case, our platform is not the most sophisticated. For example, currently we still do not have possibility to provide access to those articles that have already been accepted, but they are not yet published in certain issue. So yeah, we do have these challenges, but just once again, it's not personally me who taking care. I just say to our technical staff maybe that we need this and that, and it's already up to them when and how they are able to solve. Unfortunately, not always they have possibilities to provide quick solutions.
Right. So I'll put the same kind of question to Dr. Dat in a slightly different way. Rather than using the word technology, if you would like to see this publication process sort of smoothened in the sense of handling this deluge of paper, what would be in your mind, I don't know if it's feasible, not feasible, but in your mind, what would be an ideal process? If I can have your sort of thought process on that.
Yeah, thank you for your question. For me, just like from the perspective as the author first, I have the problem when I submitted to a paper to different journal. So for example, a journal that requires 6,000 words, but another journal requires 8,000 or another 10,000. And there's a problem with the whole system. So if I just want my paper rejected, then I need to edit it. Could be a lot of time and then submit to another journal. And then if something wrong happened, then I need to edit again. So the process there should be better in terms of the system so that it can go smoothly for transferring from a journal to another journal. And another thing is currently for our journal, the admin team working through the manuscript to check the quality. The performing the quality check, and it's time consuming. So if we can use AI power tool to take over, then it could take some time, save some time, and it could be more accurate as well. And if we get another point is if we use AI-driven algorithm, we can match manuscript to the perfect reviewer with the right expertise. So it could be easier for the reviewer, authors, and editors.
Right, very, very interesting observation, the duplication of sort of editorial process. So going from one level down to another level, if it could happen automated way, I think a lot of time can be saved in that. And other AI tools, I'm sure those will evolve. The systems are sort of difficult to change, but very good observation over there. Dr. Shalini, if you would have some ideal process in your mind with the struggles which you have had, I'm going to ask the same question to all of you. Yeah.
Can you please repeat?
My idea is the challenges we know. In your mind, you have some solution. Maybe this is the way this editorial process could go, and then it could remove the friction. Okay, I have deluge of 600 papers. So do I have a committee of reviewers? Do I have some way of screening them out? So your time sort of gets saved. That's just a sort of a idea.
I think that is very difficult because the only solution that I can see to this is ChatGPT. Now that has come, I think that can help us to come out with the good papers. The good papers should be separated and the other papers should be separate. Let me give you one example onto this. This is a real example that I'm talking about. So I was talking to one of the editors of the journal. I won't name that person. So he told me what they do is, most of the times you will see your paper gets desk rejected. You agree with me? Yeah. Right? So the reason he gave me was, like, if you're not a renowned person, listen to this very carefully. He told me if you're not a renowned person and if you're not a foreign collaborator with you, will desk reject your paper. This is the one answer that I got from the editor. So for this, you need to have a collaboration. This is a suggestion I'm suggesting all of you when you're submitting your paper, and this is a true story. And they said if you have to maintain the quality of your journal and if you want to get your journal into ABDC high rank or Q1 journal, so this is what the things are. So but I feel getting desk rejected, those papers from the people who are writing it for the first time, I think it is not the criteria. It should not be the criteria. Every person should get a fair chance of being their paper selected, irrespective of this, he belongs to which city, which country. So that should be the thing. Now I think with the use of the AI tools and like ChatGPT, that is coming in that is like, that is working like anything, and that is giving us so much of solutions. So what I personally feel is like these kind of tools should be incorporated to understand which paper is better, the quality of which paper is better, and that should go to a review stage. Some good tools should be incorporated to understand, to simplify this process. This is what my belief is. And
Right.
this should be there. Otherwise, because good papers will get rejected, and all those, if you see, if you look at the enrolled journals, right? Even it is B category or A category. If you see some of the papers, they are not very good. I hope you will agree with me onto this. You will not get very good papers, right? But just because the person has a name, that paper got selected. I think this criteria should be abundant and good research should come into the picture. So this is what I feel. This should be there. Even data incorporation should be there with the papers when you are submitting the paper. It is just not writing. It is not just submitting only the paper. The data should also be provided, because I have seen many people, they are just manipulating with the data. So these things should be removed, and these are the things that should be made compulsory if you are writing a paper, and that will give out a good research in my opinion.
Right, yeah. So AI is sort of a repeating theme, that's absolutely correct. So I'll move on to Dr. Kuldeep to get his opinion on his sort of ideal way of trying to do things. What Dr. Shalini mentioned is probably very easily doable in terms of masking the identity of a person and affiliations, and then removing the perhaps bias in that. I don't know, we don't do that.
I'll share one real experience of mine of last 2 months.
Yeah.
Recently, actually I'm also the International Executive Committee member of one renowned materials conference of India, which is named as ICMPC. So in 14th edition, we had a collaboration or agreement with the Materials Today Procedure. So we sent the list, journal approved the list. Now submission has been started by the author. So from the journal side, one mail came that few papers are just drafted by the AI tool.
Right.
And we are not going to accept. So now it was very big challenge for us, being a guest editor, how we would know whether it has been drafted by using AI tool or not.
Right.
So when you want to do something, so you have to think on the same direction. So we as a team thought in the direction of the author and used the chat GPT and drafted one paragraph, one page. And what we found that this kind of AI tools are using few keywords frequently, such as moreover. This is a very common word used by these all intelligent helping aids. So this way journal are also identifying, okay, this is drafted by some additional support. Okay, so these kind of techniques are going to be used, but it is very difficult to identify.
Right.
Though these kind of tools are very useful in some other ways, but when we are talking in the terms of research, when other people are going to follow your research as a benchmark, as a start of your start of their research, so I think it will not be a good practice. So we have to think in that direction.
Dr. Sandeep, if I can have your opinion in terms of what will be your ideal process.
So again, yeah, there is need to investigate into the entire process and finding out the ways wherein we can save the time. So personally, in our case, when we have realized that it takes more time in some cases, of course you all must be agree with me that it all depends on reviewers' responses. For some manuscripts, it might be possible that entire process is completed within the targeted time, and for some other manuscripts it is not. So when we realize this, we try to find out at every stage, right from submission of manuscript, initial screening, then editorial review, peer review, then first review, second review, and final publication or decision. When we have tried to find out, let me know others' opinion, I realized, including first, second revision and so on. So if this time is to be reduced, I think that is one of the challenges, that time need to be reduced. At every stage, when this has been divided into number of elements, for those elements where non-technical input is required, where the input is not technical. I mean, I will give you example of maybe there some technical expertise would be required, but this kind of solution is possible. That ours is Journal of Engineering Education Research, and there we focus only on engineering education research, not engineering research. What we have realized, Kuldeep sir said initially that authors even do not study well while submitting the manuscripts. This is our experience also, that we find many authors are submitting technical manuscripts to this journal, wherein focus of the journal is engineering education research. So at all such stages, now we manually have to find out whether the manuscript is technical or it is engineering education research. And all those technical manuscripts are to be rejected by us, right? So there we can have some solution, because their review is not to be done. What is to be done is, in my experience, if I just have a look at the title and abstract, I can understand that this is not a engineering education research paper, but it is engineering research. So at this stage, a lot of time is to be invested. That can be reduced. Again, we also spend some time in finding out whether the plagiarism is more than, let's say, 20%, if that is the criteria. So there also the work is done manually. I know no one has stopped us from using the technology, but yes, there are challenges today, because we do not charge any money from authors. So there is sort of constraint or challenge in terms of financial management also. So there we have to manually find out and compare whether the plagiarism or similarity is more than that mark or not. And if it is more than that, we again have to manually find out and reject the manuscript. So these are two just examples. We can analyze all such steps into a journal from start to end, and at all these stages, whether it is possible to make use of some tools with which it is possible to reduce the time spent on those aspects or those elements of the entire review process. If that is possible, I think time will come down by another 1 or 2 months. So this kind of solutions we can find out to reduce the time and to face these challenges.
Very good observation. I think the system level things have to happen. AI solutions could be there, some kind of a technological interventions could be there. It will not solve all the problems. So we are coming towards 3:45. I know there's a 4 o'clock technical session, but we have, I can see PhD students also of NICMAR University in the audience, who are going to again send a lot of papers to you editors over here. We have other authors also who are very interested. So if I can have some questions from the, can we get some microphone to Professor Shruti over here? So we have an audience question, so if we could. We want our panelists to be able to hear you, otherwise I can sort of repeat the question. If you have a specific question to a person, that also you can mention, apart from me, of course.
Good afternoon to the panel. I am Shruti Vaishampayan, an assistant professor here. As an author, I would like to request each one of you to maybe suggest us a few points. We all know, like, keep your plagiarism, of course, very low, or look at the scope, find the correct journal. But are there any that we might not know? Madam mentioned one that, if you have an international co-author, it helps. So is there any cheat sheet, if you could, help us with? And the second question is, how do you become an associate or, editor or a chief editor? Do you approach the journals yourselves, or do they approach you if they find that you're published?
We want to have more questions.
Let me answer the first question with my first experience. During my PhD, my first paper rejected by 4 journals, having impact factor lower than 2. But once it was accepted, so the impact factor of the accepted journal was 2.9. In my paper, all authors from IIT professor, BRNS, BRC scientists were there, DAE, Department of Atomic Energy scientists were there. All authors are renowned persons, but still it got rejected from the project. So I'm little away from this particular concept that if some renowned person is there in your author list, then it will have a privilege. Yeah, some kind of journals, they may consider this kind of activity, but not for all. So I hope your first, okay.
We cannot generalize what he's saying.
And the other question, I think, related to the associate editorship and a special issue, it's not a big rocket science. It's a very communicating kind of task. As per your expertise, you draft a proposal and simply send to 4 or 5 journals within the scope of that particular draft. definitely you will get answer from at least one or two.
With the deluge of papers, I think they will be happy to have associate editors.
But prior to that, we must have a sound profile, sound research profile, so that we can judge the quality of paper.
Right.
If we are not sound, then definitely somehow we will stuck in the number game. And a lot of private organizations, institutions are there who will approach you personally. So I think it will be a answer
Right.
for you. Okay, thank you.
Any other question from? Yeah. Can we have a microphone?
Good afternoon to everyone.
Can I just ask you to hold on for a second? I wanted, Dr. Shalini wanted to respond to Professor Shukla.
Yeah. So actually, I have been reviewing your second question. Actually, I have been reviewing many papers of the journal. So I only approach them. I'm giving you an honest answer. So I only approach them, like there's one journal that is Asia Pacific Financial Market only. So I have reviewed a number of papers, and I have been reviewing on time and doing good review to them. So I approached them and they agree with it. They decided with the panel members and all that, and they were happy to give me this position. So this is how you can approach to the different journals. Even I just told you this thing as well. I got a chance even to talk to an editor. I had a Google Meet as well. It is like, all of us are human beings, and if you talk politely and if you are doing your work in time and doing good work, so definitely they would like to get associated, and so they allow you for that, right? And for this, I totally agree with Sir, Professor Kuldeep Saxena, for your first question. IITs and IIMs in India is an exceptional case. I do agree with that. But if you are a normal person, right, and if you are writing papers, so it becomes at times difficult to make your place. So maybe he's saying that because you learn a lot if you collaborate with good people. This is another way of looking at that. You agree with me? Like if we collaborate with the people who are already established, so we learn a lot during the process, and we definitely get our work published. We ensure that because at times when we got rejections and all that. I was talking to one of the professors, let me name you that person, he's from Australia, Mahesh Joshi, RMT University, Australia. So he told me he got one paper rejected 11 times and 12th time his paper got accepted in A category journal, the same paper. So it all depends. So these are the different examples that I'm giving you, and these are the examples that I got when I interact with the people. So you need to interact with the people. This is, I feel, is good enough. And then you see, I would like to tell you this thing, you collaborate with people, you talk to them, and if you find them good, you do the research with them.
Can we have the microphone? Sorry to keep you waiting here.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Subin Rami, and I am pursuing Bachelor's in Civil Engineering from Pandit Dindayal Energy University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat. My question for the panel members is that, as Dr. Kuldeep rightly mentioned, that the authors are not selecting the journals rightly, or the wrong journals are being selected. So can you please spotlight that process or some points due to which a young researchers like me can select a journal which can increase the scope of the paper publication?
So I'll start with one kind of, you can say, Facebook, reel kind of things are now very trendy. So I saw a few days back that one person is making food to Google. He kept around 150 mobiles in a trolley. I think you all have gone through.
Locations.
Yeah. And in Google Map, location gem is there, while the road is totally empty. Okay. So always human brain is brightest brain in comparison to all other AI devices. Okay. So here, with your question, lot of publication house like Springer, Elsewhere, Taylor and Francis, they have provided a platform where you can put your title, where you can paste your abstract. So they will suggest the name of tentative journals. Again, you have to apply your brain, apply your mind, whether that journal is suitable for your. Okay. Also, you go through the latest publication of that journal. Okay. So see that what kind of work is going to be published by that journal. And also look for the time, average time of review process, average time of the final publishing time. Okay, because being a researcher, being a student, time is also very important for us. I know 1 or 2 journals where you will find the review process go on for 1.5 years. One of my paper, I would like to name of that journal, Journal of Surface Review and Life. Scientific.net publication house is there. 1.5 year has been passed. The paper is still under review. An editor is not responding while I am writing to them. Okay, so these are few things which we have to focus on, and we learn by discussing with each other. So hope I could answer your question.
You have a question? The lady behind you had her hand raised. I'll also come.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. In continuation with what Sir just asked, even if we know what journal to approach, if we get to know what journal to approach, we have seen that some of the journals which are there in the Scopus index, they get deregistered from the Scopus listing or something. So what is the procedure? Does it happen annually or maybe in 6 months? How do we know which one to approach, and what if it goes other than the list? What if it goes outside the list? Will it affect our paper?
Can I, if I ask Dr. Dat, could you get the question, Dr. Dat? If I could.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah,
sorry, can you
we
repeat?
had an audience question over here, and the audience question was that some journal are part of a Scopus index for a while, and then they get registered from that index, and then they get back again. So as an author, how do you sort of target a journal in that case? Or what's the process behind registering, deregistering into these kind of indexing things? Would you want to take that question?
So I will share my experience as an author in this case. So for me, when I just like have the manuscript and I prepare just like to select the suitable journal, I will go to Scopus database and with some keywords based on my manuscript. And then I type some keywords, then Scopus will give me a list of potential journal. And from the rest of the list, from the list, I can just like figure out which one would be the most suitable one. But the best solution here is because our daily job is to read the relevant journal article related to our field. So by reading the journal article every day, we know who is the best researchers in our field. So we can follow their step, we can check their list of publication, and we know whether they published in that journal or in this journal. So we can, based on their justification, their evaluation, really good, we can follow. So for me, I don't choose the journal that's the borderline between in the database or outside the database. Normally I go with the Q1 journal and I follow them. Yeah, so that's my strategies regarding both the previous question, how to select the suitable journal, and how about the journal that in or out of the database.
Somebody wants to quickly, I want to have, very quick. I have a couple of more questions and then we'll stop.
I just wanted to add quickly my experience, because I have experienced that there were queries from authors saying that whether your journal is still in Scopus indexing. So what I would say is it is continuously updated. You have to visit Scopus website and enter name of the journal. There you will find out the last updated date, and then you can confirm whether the journal is in the list or not.
Dr. Amol, you want to quickly? Yeah.
Good afternoon. I just want to ask you a simple question to all the panelists. That do we advocate, or what is your opinion in advocating the English editing services which the native Indians are not good at? Do you agree that? And if you take that services from the journal, is it backdoor entry, or in other language, do you call it as the APC charges for that? What is your opinion or honest opinion on this, all of you?
First, I would like to answer the previous question, add on the previous question.
Yeah.
Okay, Scopus, there is a link where they provide the disjointed journal list periodically. So from there we can get. Another thing which we have to keep in mind, lot of clone journals are actively involved in this research area. So we have to focus on these clone journals and don't stuck on those kind of. Okay. The other activity all over the globe is going on, publishing support. Lot of agencies, consultancies are working who provides you the help to publish your paper.
Right.
Okay. They will tell you the name of the journal, that this journal is Scopus indexed. But they are not going to tell you whether your paper will be indexed in journal or not. They are charging in between 8,000 to 20,000 something. Okay. So I know few journals who are doing this kind of activity. They are publishing more than 2,000 papers in a month, but pushing only 50 papers or 60 papers to Scopus, rest they are not pushing to Scopus. So those authors are going to be cheated or almost cheated. Okay, so these kind of exercises are going on. So just I want to share you.
A quick answer on this English language service.
Actually, we Indians are not so poor in English.
I'm not saying that, sir. I'm not.
We can
proud of
take a help.
being Indian.
That is the marketing strategy of the journal. Many times, not me, even when I discussed with the professor of IT Bombay, so they are also getting rejection mail, and another paragraph is there, take a help of English editing services. Okay. So it's a marketing strategy overall, as per my opinion. If other panelists would like to add on, so it is.
We will just take one question now. Last question, since you are a PhD student, I'll just take his question. The panelists are here, we will have a cup of tea outside so you can ask the question. Yeah, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, panels, all the members. My question is, all the researchers, we have some expectations from the journals, like the journal should be should have high impact factor and all. What are your expectations from the researchers or authors? And this is one question. And second question is, suppose you got 3 papers, one is best, second medium, and third is having low category, means low, the content is not so good. On which parameters you will be categorizing? Some parameters or variables which variables you will be considering for classifying the papers?
Your first question could elicit a very long answer. So anyway, I will just ask you to very short answer. First question was, what are your expectation from the author? That is his question. You are submitting a paper. What is the expectation from the author? We'll just take that question. We can have a conversation later.
The answer to your first question is like it should be a latest topic. This is the one thing. It should not be a repeated one. Like there are so many papers that is already there, and if you're submitting on the same topic with the different data, so that paper won't find a place, and it has to be a good quality. That is very true. And you have actually done the research. That is what makes a difference. Like if you are saying that you have collected the data on the primary basis, it has to be there. So this is what my opinion is, and I hope that others will also agree on to that.
The honest research should come through, and everybody will be very happy to publish you short answer to that particular question. Professor? Dr. Dat, you would like to have a final word here. What is your expectation from the author? Dr. Dat, can you hear me?
Yeah. So I think it depends. I think it depends on the journal. So for the journal I'm working on, I think it's mainly about the contribution. So it depends on your data, the type methods you did, and how you analyze your data. Is it complicated enough? But for some other journal, they don't require novelty. So here my suggestion is just to read the author guideline carefully, and this depends on the journal. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr.
I would like to add one line only. When as you given me the example of good journal, good paper, medium paper, and the weak paper. So as an editor, we are not comparing in that direction, because when we are clicking on a single paper, no, so that time single paper is opening. We are not taking any reference paper.
Sir, I would like to
can we have this conversation out?
Yeah, we can.
Because what's happening, 4 o'clock there is a panel session.
Just I want to add another line with this event.
Yeah.
So as this event is really a wonderful event,
yeah,
good discussion has gone. So I would like to add with the organizers to please continue this kind of sessions. Those sessions could be a different way, as this is the editors conclave. So I would suggest we can arrange a 5-day school or 4-day school or the 2-day school for the active researchers.
Right.
Okay, because I discussed with many people, they have told, I have wrote my abstract, rest part is pending. The author has wrote his abstract, the rest whole paper is pending. So I am completely surprised, without whole body, how you can represent the showcase. So this is the weakness somehow in our research community, especially for the beginners. So if we could arrange these kind of sessions, so I think it could be very good support for the research community from the NICMAR side.
Maybe 1 second, 10 seconds.
Permit. We have done one experiment, like we were talking about the enrichment of reviewers. So having some workshops for reviewers workshops to ensure that quality of the review is increased or improved, that can be done so as to ultimately improve the quality of the manuscripts published.
Yeah, I think that kind of education at every level is a very, very good idea. One line.
I would like to add to all this. Even if you are a beginner, right? So what I have experienced is you can send your papers. You can send your papers to the other renowned persons, and they also guide you and help you. That is also there. If you write an email to those people, they are ready to help you and guide you on those aspects. So that is another way. Like if you contact me, right? If somebody comes and contact me and asks for a help, I never say no. So so you can always contact with the people in your area, and they will guide you how to proceed and what are the new ways of doing and writing the paper. So that also very, very much help you a lot. So that is should be a great.
Thanks a lot, everyone. I have played the villain in this room because I did not allow people to talk a lot. Dr. Julita, thanks a lot for joining us from Lithuania with your time zone. I'm sure it's morning probably, I don't know. Dr. Dat as well. We were very much blessed to sort of hear from you, your opinions, your challenges. Unfortunately, we could not do justice to the entire, we could not make more out of this 1 hour limited time presentation, but probably we will have different format next year, and we could have more educational sort of a content which has sort of come out of one of the outcomes of this particular discussion. Especially we have some budding engineers, we have a conference where people are presenting for the first time, some BTech guys, masters guys also. So it will be a very, very wonderful experience. Dr. Rajas, I hope I did a little bit justice to what you set forth for the objective of this particular course. I did not give you a final statement here, so that's okay. It's 4:07, so I think we will stop here. Let me thank all of you wholeheartedly, Dr. Julita, Dr. Dat, Dr. Sandeep, Dr. Kuldeep, Dr. Shalini, and I really enjoyed, I learned a lot, and the conversation can go on at least at the offline panel. Outside there is tea, I believe, so all students, everyone who would want to pick the brains, they are available for us. Thank you, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
लाइव चल रहा था, आपने मुझे बताया.
Hi, Professor Dan. So now we are done with this session.
നിന്നെ പിന്നെ കണ്ടേ ഇല്ലല്ലോ.
എനിക്ക് പനിയായിരുന്നു,
ഞാൻ ഫുഡ് കഴിക്കാൻ പോയി. പിന്നെ ഇങ്ങനെ കണ്ട മറ്റേ എക്സിലായിട്ട്
हो माहिती आहे मला, म्हणजे तुम्ही ठेवली होती पण मी उठून कॅमेरा टाकला. इथे जागा पकडण्यासाठी ठेवली होती काय? तिकडे जागा पकडली. प्रॉपर्टी सेट केलेलं हात सोडून
കണ്ടിട്ട് ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട് എടുത്തു അത്രേ ഇലുമിനാറ്റി ഒക്കെ പോലെ.
इधर बैठे तो उधर ही बैठ जाते हैं.
यहाँ ठीक है आप लोग it will get filled. Is it sitting here कहाँ से बोल रहा है? हाँ बहुत आगे कौन सा बोल रहा है? बहुत आगे यहाँ ये पीछे वाली सीट बैठा
स्टूडेंट सारे आगे में हाँ ये विंग के पास में खड़ा रहे कोई भी आया सीधा नीचे
चल यार चल अरे ठीक होगी
हमें अभी तक
क्या
ठीक है
Can I come? So same actually. Same mother.
मगासपासून कनेक्टेड बंद होतो इतकं नाही हां आत्ता ऑन के म्हणजे 15 मिनिटांनी हां 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 ओके का विचारा ओके बॅटरी किती आहे 74 आहे होऊन जाईल ना हां होऊन जाईल
बॅकअप 300 आता कार्ड कुठे ते ठेवलं ना तू राहू दे नंतर दे ना मला खिशातच राहू दे ना फर्स्ट सेकंड कसं पूर्ण
आता हा सेकंड आहे
फर्स्ट पण कसं
नाही नाही ते कार्ड टाकल्यावर कळेल तुम्हाला अहो सर ह्याची सुरुवात डान्सपासून आहे काल डान्सच्या वेळेला नाही का टाकलं होतं कार्ड काल तुम्हाला दिलं ते स्टार्टिंगपासूनच आहे सेकंड नंबरचं कार्ड आहे ना हे डान्सपासून सुरुवात आहे
याच्यात किती शूट बाकी आहे
त्याच्यात काहीच बाकी नाही आहे हां हां हो द्या सर
त्याच्याकडनं आहे का
एकच द्या
एकच घे
हे नाही नाही हे बॉटल मोकळी झाल्यानंतर पण ठेवून तुम्हाला पाणी पाहिजे झालं ना तर त्याच्यातलं अर्धच फुल द्या रस्त्यात कुठं काय भेटलं नाही तर
इव्हेंट मित्रांबरोबर बऱ्याच खुब्या शिकलेला दिसतोय
मला नाही अरे रस्त्यात तहान लागली कुठं दुकानात थांबू शकत नाही ना आपण नाही भाई यहाँ पे मूवमेंट बंद कराओ क्रॉस करना पड़ता है
पैर को दर्द मत दे भाई ये लोग बोल रहे बैठ जा पैर को दर्द मत देना हाँ यहीं बैठ जा सामने
May we have your kind attention? Please keep your mobiles on silent mode or flight mode as the ceremony will commence shortly.
बरं झालं रेकॉर्ड नाही केलं.
A very good evening to one and all. It is with immense gratitude and honor that I, Pratyusha Kapavarpu,
and I, Saurabh Rathi,
stand before you all today on behalf of NICMAR University, Pune, as we draw the curtains on this remarkable 7th International Conference on Construction, Real Estate, Infrastructure and Project Management, the ICCRIP 2023.
Just like the preceding 6 editions, the 7th International Conference, ICCRIP 2023-2, has proved to be a resounding success. Our collective journey through the realms of knowledge and innovation has been nothing short of inspiring.
The conference has provided us with a unique platform for collaborative learning and knowledge exchange through an interesting blend of insightful keynote addresses that ignited our intellectual curiosity and engaging panel discussions that broadened our perspectives. On this occasion of valediction of ICCRIP 2023, we are privileged to have with us Professor Dr. Bolaram Gurjar, Director, National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Chandigarh, as our Honorable Chief Guest, our Conference Chief Patron, Professor Anil Kashyap, President and Chancellor, NICMAR University, Pune, Conference Convener, Dr. Rajesh Goyal, Dean School of Construction, and our Conference Co-Convener, Dr. Rajnikant Rajans, Associate Professor and Program Director for Postgraduate Research Programs. Sirs, we request you to kindly take your seat on the dais. We'd like to now request Professor Anil Kashyap to kindly felicitate our chief guest. May we invite our chief guest, Professor Dr. Bolaram Gurjar, to kindly accept the honor.
Thank you, sirs. We would now like to introduce our distinguished chief guest. Professor Dr. Bolaram Gurjar is currently leading National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Chandigarh, as its director since March 2023. He is online from India's premier technological institution, IIT Roorkee, where he has been Dean of Resources and Alumni Affairs and full professor HAG scale of Environmental Engineering in the Department of Civil Engineering, and has also been a joint faculty in Center of Excellence for Transportation Systems. Dr. Gurjar's professional interests lie in the areas of air and water pollution, urban transport and environment, emissions and air quality in megacities, air pollution and health risk, GHG emissions and climate change, and environment impact assessment and risk analysis, to name a few. His contribution in the field of research is exemplary. He has contributed to various research publications in the areas of atmospheric environment, atmospheric pollution research, hazardous, toxic, and radioactive waste, biofuels, sludge management, and geosciences, amongst others. Dr. Gurjar has been felicitated with PhD in Environment Risk Analysis from IIT Delhi in the year 1999. He has completed his BE Civil in the year 1987 and thereafter pursued his ME in Environmental Engineering from year 1990 to 1992. A frequent speaker and well-known member of the industry, he has been associated with and has been holding positions of high repute in different prestigious institutions. Sir, we are honored to have you with us today. We invite our chief guest, Professor Dr. Bholaram Gurjar, to kindly address the gathering.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, my colleagues from IIT Roorkee, several alumni I could see here. That is a pleasant surprise to see in Pune. And dear friends, students, I'm thankful to NICMAR to give me this opportunity to interact with you. Being civil engineer, it was additional attraction to be part of this conference. And the reason is because I have heard about NICMAR quite before, but this is the first time to be here, and I'm surprised to see that this is like walking the talk, or as it is said, actions speak louder than the words. So the way you have designed the courses and programs, that speaks a lot about the philosophy, the vision this institute and its leadership has. It is something I think we should replicate, but I don't know, because in complex system, there are several factors which drive the policies at the government level, at the state level, or even in private sector. But as my formal address, I would focus only 2-3 things. And in the morning, Mr. Ramamurthy said about one quote from J. Krishnamurti, that solution also is very integrated part of the problem. So I would leave with you some ideas or questions. As you know that in management there are certain buzzwords like so many M's, 3M, 4M, 6M, material, man, machine, money, method. Those things are needed for productivity, to enhance the productivity and other things. So that way in civil engineering we deal with material a lot. And becoming like this journey which started from a very remote village in Rajasthan, I could see many things in life. I stayed in Germany for 3 years also, that could also give me, the perception about material, what kind of material they use, what materials we are using. We are still, in the same, those age-old practices of converting fertile soil into bricks. So from material perspective, can you please think of something which is more on local oriented and more on sustainability aspects? Like we talk about sustainability development goals or eco-friendly structures. There are certain stories which are floating in the social media. IIT Bombay graduates, they left their jobs from the corporate sector. They are now residing near Indore or Ujjain, and like finding their own solace or career and life meaning in organic farming. And they are dealing with those material which was the part of our construction of houses in Rajasthan or in that area, which was very, very eco-friendly, you can say. But if you see today, like Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, people are getting money, and there is no certain guideline, but just because ease of construction, even in Rajasthan you will find that those RCC construction is going on. So basically what we are constructing ovens. In summertime it becomes like a oven. Otherwise you see the Havelis and those kind of construction or architecture, old age architecture, that was quite eco-friendly. There was no need of fan or AC, but when you are having the RCC this construction, you will need fan or AC. Similarly, if we focus about machines, so you can see the life we have developed or evolved in devices a lot, and the problem is, and that problem lies with architects, designers, planners and engineers also. We are very much connected to machines now, devices, but we are getting disconnected from the man. You can see, even in families also, on one hand we are becoming a nuclear family, so there are challenges of construction, whether you will construct flat system or the independent houses. Independent houses have their own challenges. In which way we can meet the demands of the masses for giving the residences, proper residences, I mean to say. So that way, like 3D printing is also coming up. I was talking to the those guys who are here today. I thought that in my village I have a small land. Can I construct something which really reflects the philosophy which I have been teaching as an environmental engineer? We are teaching sustainability, sustainable development. Can we practice in life? So I tried to construct a small house in my this land. So challenges were there because now masons are not there which could construct the same way which used to be there like 40 years before or 30 years before. So I had to surrender myself to this kind of like cement related mortar, and ultimately I wrote to IIT Madras this 3D printing when it was in news. Can they construct house at the remote village? So this is kind of upcoming startup. It was not up to the mark that they can construct, but today I talk that they can come up with certain ideas, but cost factor may be an issue for that decision. So again, if we come back to the this machinery or material, so my question is to the researchers, to the engineers or teachers, can we work on those kind of problems where local materials can be used in a large quantity, and so that we can save our the soil or those material like in Aravali's in Rajasthan, you will see the whole Aravali has been mined for stone, etc. So this is giving another problem basically. To solve one problem, if we are creating another problem, that's not the real sustainable way of working or evolution. Like you can link this with the CFCs also. When CFCs were invented, it was considered as a wonder chemical. It is inert, okay, and it can be used in multiple ways in industries. Nobody knew that it can go up to the stratosphere and damage the ozone layer. When I was working in Germany, then there was this lecture of Nobel laureate Paul Cruzen. You will be surprised, Paul Cruzen was civil engineer. He got Nobel Prize in chemistry because of his research in this how ozone layer get destroyed by N2O, that is again one greenhouse gas. And that Nobel Prize was shared with Mario Molina and Sherwood. They were focusing on CFCs. Paul Cruzen was focusing on N2O and they were focusing on CFCs. He narrated very interesting story that when this was concluded with mathematical modeling that CFCs can go up to the stratosphere and this can damage the layer, so we should control the production of CFC or we should discontinue the usage of CFC. Then many people came with fancy stories. Some journalists wrote that this is nothing but conspiracy of some aliens. They have come and sprinkled some chemical to damage the ozone layer so that human race can be worn upon or they can be put into trouble. So fancy stories come, but ultimately science, evidence-based, science wins. And the Montreal Protocol was into reality and CFCs were banned. So similarly, can we think about these materials which are harming our ecosystem? Can we bring up some new materials which can give us houses, which can be used in construction industry, like technologies are coming up. In the morning I could see the way, new ways of construction is coming, time can be saved, resources can be saved. So similarly, can we focus upon material also? That is my one question for you, or an idea that please think about that. Then next is the flow of methodology. So there is a lot of difference between rural and urban settings. And problem is whether it is environmental monitoring or you go construction practices, still differences is there. There is a gap. So can we think of those rural population which are in large number? So in methodology also, can we provide some way that they can have better living, which is more related to the sustainability, although they are becoming, part of urbanization and many things have gone to villages. Now it is a saying that the cities has entered into villages. Even during festival also people are not gathering in those numbers which earlier used to be. It is affecting our complete social fabric. If you go to the Punjab, the half of Punjab is in Canada now. So see the things, means this is the development or what is this? Is this really the development? Like the Punjab, the land which is known for, Guru Gobind Singh Ji and those who fought, who sacrificed their life for that land, for that culture, for that society. So what has happened? Those practices of agriculture or other things which are linked with each other, we can't just, see these problems in isolation. Whether real estate means, as in the morning we were talking informally, that what people do, why Pune is not having civilian airport. Somebody said, what can we do? Some politicians come with some, one side, this is the site, then prices go up, then another site is announced. So these kind of things happen. So where this land come from? These are the agricultural land basically. So I mean to say the economy or the construction sector, infrastructure, they are very much interlinked, and we have to think in a holistic way so that we can find the real sustainable ways. And from, sensitivity point of view, even civil engineering has been part of poetry. I was surprised. You might have heard about, that Dushyant, that Hindi poet has been Dushyant. This stanza you might be aware, उस कहते हैं कि आसमान में छेद क्यों नहीं हो सकता, कभी तबीयत से पत्थर तो उछालो यारो. One more, his poetry is very famous, that बढ़ चुकी है पीर पर्वत से शिखर सी, अब हिमालय से गंगा निकलनी चाहिए. सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना मेरा मकसद नहीं, मेरी कोशिश है कि ये सूरत बदलनी चाहिए. उन्होंने एक जगह लिखा, I was surprised कि was he civil engineer. He wrote that एक जंगल है तेरी आंखों में, जहां मैं राह भूल जाता हूं, तू किसी रेल सी गुजरती है, मैं किसी पुल सा थरथराता हूं. So that imagery, you can see that imagery means, again I want to link with this infrastructure or civil engineering and this industry, means even poets have thought about these things. So why can't we are not just machines, we have heart, we have mind, we have soul, and we have emotions. So from that perspective, I just request all of you, although this is the end of the, this gathering, but please go with these questions, that can we think upon these materials which are in practice, but can we change them as per the requirement of our own setting, so that we can have better life and better living conditions. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for those insightful words. May I now request our President and Chancellor and the Conference Chief Patron, Professor Anil Kashyap, to deliver his valedictory speech.
Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. B.R. Gujjar, dignitaries attending this two-day conference, guests, delegates, faculty colleagues, NICMAR staff and students. I take immense pleasure and privilege to be standing here in front of you and trying to capture the event which has been remarkable over last 2 days and has brought so much of knowledge here on campus under this campus and reaching out to so many bright minds and invigorate the sense of commitments towards various elements. It's not only the research, but at the same time teaching and learning, networking, sharing of ideas, and this has been fantastic platform, and you all have contributed significantly over last 2 days in making that happen. As chief guest, appreciated NICMAR about its genesis, about what the kind of model. So thank you, sir, for your kind words and encouragement. And it gives us more courage and privilege to implement some of these things with more focus and more sincerity and take it forward. And I guess if this is seen in that light, I guess we all collectively, faculty, staff, students, colleagues, contributors, collaborators, all are doing something good and something right. So I'm really, really glad to see all that coming through. And I have heard so much appreciation from delegates and attendees from outside about our institution. NICMAR has its strong foundation, as I said, which was set by industry and educationists roughly 40 years ago when it was incepted. And it has been well nurtured under the able leadership of Chairman of Board of Governors and Board of Trustees, Shri Ajit Gulabchand ji. And he has been an inspiration to all of us and been really closely associated with its welfare as well as looking it up to and making it as a global institution. And we have been working towards that common vision. And he has now given us a task of creating NICMAR as a global institution with clear goal, vision, and a strategy. And we would like to, embrace onto that path of guided path of excellence. And we have been approached by various institutions globally to be partner and work together. And I'm really glad that we will be, implementing some of these initiatives. As we call ourselves Built Environment University, built environment is a domain which we have to sort of uncover, and it is a task in progress. Colleagues are trying to find out the definition of built environment, what it encompasses, and that is our major domain area in built environment. And that is, I feel that is good enough canvas to spread ourselves and make a huge impact, because it is such a relevant discipline to our day-to-day life. Even I was reading newspaper article that even built environment is not just about the buildings and the construction, but it actually goes beyond as a natural environment. And that's where our School of Energy and Environment is working very hard in launching some of these new initiatives and trying to bring the built environment and sort of awareness through environmental interventions, environmental management, energy management. And I actually read this news where it is talking about artificial intelligence is so helpful in mitigating climate change and preserving the natural environment. So we are talking about now going beyond the building construction, and lots of presentations yesterday, today, all happened, and there is so much use of technology and data science and artificial intelligence and computing power. All that is helping into built environment. So that is where we are ourselves positioning into this this scale of intervention. Coming back to the conference, it has been fantastic platform, and we pledged this year to scale it up in such a way that it becomes a platform for home as well as global colleagues. And I'm really glad to see so many papers and presentations and visitors and delegates across the country, but at the same time across the borders as well. As far as research is concerned, if we look at the quotation of Kurt Lewin, who was a German-American social psychologist who talked about human behavior, which is a function of the psychological environment, it says that no research without action, no action without research. This is so true here for all of us and gives back food for thought when we go break from today's conference and go back to our desks and workspaces, where we say that and tell ourselves that we need to act on number of ideas which we have actually captured from these discourses, networks, and create those actions into a meaningful research. And that will add more value and weight to what actually we are doing. We are researching and we are imparting that research knowledge to our students, and that is a real transformation for an institution to happen. If you look at globally recognized universities, they are recognized based on their research power. If you look at MIT, you look at any other global institution, Caltech or even IITs here, it is because of the research power they are known for, and they are recognized, and the professors are recognized because of them. And that's where the paper publication, the recognition of professors and researcher is based on the kind of quality of research. And that's where we want to head to. And this is a long road ahead and long way. I'm not talking about tomorrow, but I think we are on a path of this excellent research and quality education together that will make NICMAR again as a leading institution, leading university, not even in India but globally as well. And that's our ambition. And we all, as a part of this fraternity, vow for heading to that path and trying to achieve that over next number of years. So has been engaging conference, very, very useful event. We have a flagship event, call it as a really remarkable point of our academic year. Students participate really well. They get benefited by all this discourse, and I think this is going in a right direction. And I'm really thankful for all attending here, and really hope that you have actually got out of this some thoughts and ideas which you will be really taking it forward in your teaching, in your research. With all that, I close my talk and would like to see you all Again, in the next version of this international conference, when it comes and announced, we haven't decided the date and time of that yet, but definitely look forward to more bigger participation, more richer involvement, and making best use of it. And I'm really glad that NICMAR is doing it at that level, and we are really proud of all that. Thank you very much, and all the best.
Thank you, sir. We are always grateful for your support and encouragement.
This year, at ICCRIP 2023, we've heard a resounding motto that has been an essential element. That is, collaboration is key to success. On this note, we would like to extend our thanks to KSS ISPA for their continuous support as knowledge partner of ICCRIP 2023. Please welcome Mr. Jaswant Singh to the stage to receive a token of appreciation. We request Professor Anil Kashyap to kindly share the token of appreciation to Mr. Jaswant Singh. Thank you, sir. Next, we would like to invite Ms. Bhagya S. Nair and Dr. Abhilasha Panwar, co-founders of IncoBand, the knowledge partner of ICCRIP 2023, to come onto the dais to receive our token of appreciation. We request Professor Bolaram Gujjar to kindly share the token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. It's time we acknowledge the winners of the Best Paper Awards of ICCRIP 2023. I would like to request the dignitaries on the dais to honor the winner of the Best Paper Awards. We would also like to call upon Mr. Santosh Kunjir from SP Tech Equipment, our award sponsor for the conference, to please come on the dais and honor the awardees.
There are 4 categories of awards. Under the Practitioner's Perspective category, the second runner-up goes to the title Challenges in Redevelopment of Century-Old Shawls in an Indian Major City by Mr. Vupuluri Jagannath Srinivas, Mr. Natesh G. Mahajan, Mr. Sagar V. Wagmare. They win a certificate of merit and a prize money of Rs 5,000.
Let's give them a round of applause.
The first runner-up under this category goes to the title Construction of Mahatma Mandir, Gandhinagar Phase 1 by Professor Reshma Shah and Krishna Nadoda. They win a certificate of merit and a prize money of Rs 7,000.
Yeah. Professor Reshma Shah and Krishna Naroda. This.
And the winner under this category goes to the title Power of Digitalization by Mr. Pradeep Pao, Mr. Arun Vetrivel, and Mr. Manish Jantikar. They win a certificate of merit and a prize money of rupees 10,000. Now coming to the case studies category, the second runner-up goes to the title Eco-STP Innovation in Water Conservation, a case study by Rajesh Kumar, Vanita Agarwal and Surinder M. Gupta.
Let's give them a round of applause.
They win a certificate of merit and a prize money of 3,000. I repeat, the second runner-up goes to the title Eco-STP Innovation in Water Conservation, a case study by Rajesh Kumar, Vanita Agarwal and Surinder M. Gupta.
We request a member of the Student Council to collect the award on their behalf.
The first runner-up under this category goes to the title A Case Study Report on the Development and Implementation of 6D Digital Infrastructure Delivery in the Nagpur Metro by Dr. Mahesh Balasubramani. We request a member of the Student Council to collect the certificate on their behalf. And the winner under this category goes to the title Organizing Challenges in Mega Projects, a case study by Dr. Shobha Ramalingam. They win a certificate of merit and a prize money of rupees 5,000.
In the next category of doctoral colloquium, the second runner-up is shared by two topics. First, visualizing the evolution of safety leadership and its styles in construction industry, a scientiometrics analysis by Senthamil Shankar, Anand Kaliyaperumal Sugirthamani, Yuvraj Dutt, and the second title is The Development of Diversity Concept for Construction Sector, a bibliometric analysis by Yuvraj Dhanashekar and Anand Kaliyaperumal Sugirthamani. First runner-up is taken by the topic Influence of Ultrafine Pyrolytic Char and Silica Fume into Cement Paste, a study on compressive strength and microstructure properties. Karthikeyan N.K., Elevenil S. are the authors. The winners are on the title Wind Pressure Assessment on Low-Rise Building Roofs, comparing canopy lengths under tornado influence by Mr. Mohammad Moizuddin.
Let's have a huge round of applause for him.
We request the member of Student Council to come and collect the certificate on their behalf. In the next category of research paper, the second runner-up is taken by the topic Construction Defects Detection and Progress Monitoring using Deep Machine Learning by Bafna Deepesh Satish, Dr. Gayatri Sachin Vyas, Dr. Abhilasha Panwar, Dr. Rupa Dalvi. The first runner-up title goes to Managing BIM Integrated Workflows for Effective Information for Project Planning by Atharva Dave and Jyoti Trivedi. Managing BIM Integrated Workflows for Effective Information for Project Planning by Atharva Dave and Jyoti Trivedi is for the first runner-up. Okay. For the winner, CFD simulation of wind effects on cylindrical roof on T-plan multi-span low-rise building by Deepak Sharma, Shilpa Pal and Ritu Raj.
Thank you, sirs. It is said that individually we are one drop, but together we are a whole ocean. Our student council, student volunteering committee, anchoring committee, and the cultural committee have contributed immensely in making this conference a success. We would also like to extend a special mention to Asha Peak Caterers for excellent hospitality services throughout the event. Their incessant hard work has significantly contributed towards making ICCRIP 2023 a grand event.
We now request our President Chancellor, Professor Anil Kashyap, to give away the certificates to them. We request Asha P. Caterers to kindly come onto the dais to accept the token of appreciation. We request a member of the Student Council to take their certificates on their behalf. We would like to now invite Mr. Arshit Anand, Student Coordinator, Student Council 2022-23, to receive the certificates on behalf of the Student Volunteer, Anchoring and Cultural Committees.
Thank you, sir. We now request our conference convener, Dr. Rajesh Goyal, Dean, School of Construction, to kindly propose a vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. A big task on my shoulder on this evening to extend my vote of thanks, because the kind of support and the efforts being conveyed by all of our stakeholders. So it may not be able to acknowledge with a few words of vote of thanks. So let me try my level best. So on the behalf of ICCRIP 2023 and entire team, I want to convey my heartfelt gratitude towards each and everyone for making this 7th edition of ICCRIP 23 a grand success. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude towards our chief guest of the event, Dr. Bholaram Gurjar, Director, NICCR Chandigarh, for accepting our invitation to be the chief guest of this event. I place on record my sincere thanks to architect Abhay Purohit sir, President Council of Architects, who was the chief guest of our inaugural session yesterday, and Dr. Srinath Pereira for being our guest of honor for inaugural session yesterday. I also thank the keynote speakers, Dr. Sarah Levy from Texas A&M University, USA, Shri Ramamurthy Rajendran, Director of Digital Build Private Limited, Singapore. Dr. Komali Yaneti, Senior Lecturer, School of Architect and Built Environment, UK. Dr. Poonam Kashyap, Director of Strategy and External Partnership of NICMAR Group of Institutions. And Mr. Francis Verstedt from Belgium for sharing their valuable insights during the plenary sessions. The scale of the ICCRIP 23 was only possible with the support of the track owners who came forward, took the ownership of the several themes and tracks and made sure that we had a high quality paper in good number to run those tracks. So I place on record my sincere thanks towards Dr. Ashok Kumar Ahuja, Dr. Mohan Ganesh, Dr. Kuldeep Saxena, Dr. Maninder Singh, Dr. Nakul Gupta, Dr. Praveen Bairwal, Dr. Rajiv Chauhan, Dr. Rishabh Garg, Dr. Sujit Kumar Doily, and Dr. Vanita Agarwal. I also thank Mr. Shankar Subramaniam from Incoban and Mr. Jaswant Singh from ICCRIP for being our precious knowledge partners. A special thanks to Dr. VTCS Rao from L&T IPM for not only being a knowledge partner, but also supporting us during the management of the practitioners track. I also thank all the session chairs who listened all the presenters during the paper presentation process and give their valuable feedback to all the presenter, and we could arrive this award ceremony today. I extend my gratitude towards the Steiner India Private Limited, our industry partner, Journal of Process, Mechanical Engineering, High Temperature Material and Process, South Asia Journal of Business and Management, the International Journal on Interactive Design and Manufacturing, Sage Publishing, and Springer Publishing being our publishing partner. The scale of ICCRIP 23 which we have achieved this year was only possible because of the support of the industry. So we thank L&T Construction, Tata Projects, Bexels, ICICI Bank, Verstedt for being our platinum sponsor, Twasta, Yellow Sky, Softtech Engineers Private Limited for being our gold sponsor, Visilin Saraswat Cooperative Bank, Bank of Maharashtra for being silver sponsor, and Canara Bank, Janta Sahkari Bank Limited, HDFC Bank, Punjab National Bank, SP Tech, and AP Hospitality for being co-sponsors. So this year we witnessed more than 250 papers being presented by the delegates across the world. So I thank them all. I also thank the delegate from press and media. My sincere thanks to the Chancellor Sir, Dr. Anil Kashyap, Vice Chancellor Madam, Dr. Shushma Kulkarni, and Registrar Dr. Prashant Dave for providing constant support and guidance during the process of this ICCRIP 23. All the deans, faculty colleagues, staff of NICMAR University Pune for providing their valuable time and support and putting all the efforts in making this event a grand success. Last but not the least, the event would have never been completed without the support of our student and student volunteers. So a big thanks to all the students and student volunteers. So at the last, I thank all the members of the core committees of ICCRIP 23 for putting their heart and soul to make this event a grand success. And my apologies if I am missing any of the name or any of the team or any of the committee who are directly involving or indirectly involving for making this event a grand success. So thank you all, thank you everyone. So looking forward to see you in next edition of ICCRIP. That is 8th in number, that will declare very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. We now humbly request the audience to rise for the Indian National Anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you all. You may take your seats. With this, we come to a conclusion of the 7th edition. Thank you all. You may take your seats. With this, we come to a conclusion of the 7th edition of ICCRIP, and we look forward to all your valuable presence at the 8th edition of ICCRIP. Thank you one and all. Stay safe and take care. Have a good evening.